Good evening. I'd like to call the Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting of June 10th, 2019 to order. My name is Councilor Paul McPherson. I'm going to be your chair for this evening's meeting. I'd like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers to the nearest exit through the chamber doors and obey all instructions given by the clerk. Raise your hand, Mrs. Clerk. Thank you. If assistance is required, please see the clerk. Once you have evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. Hope you all have umbrellas. Also, the Town of Lincoln Committee and Council meetings are posted on our YouTube channel. I would like to thank the public for attending the meeting this evening, and I just want to remind everyone of our rules for engagement, to please be respectful while others are speaking, and to please refrain from clapping, hooting, hollering. Delegations will have 5 minutes to speak and are asked to stay focused on the agenda item. Please remember to silence all cellular devices. This evening we have a full complement of council. Everybody is here in attendance tonight. We also have staff members along the back row that are here representing planning, economic development, and bylaw. Declarations. Are there any declarations of interest? Councilor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Item number 4.1, PD-41-19. I'll be declaring interest. The applicant is a customer of the company I work for.
Thank you. Councilor Rijima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Report number 44-19 and any related agenda items. The agent for the applicant is my employer. And also report number PD 15-19. The applicant is a client of my employer.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Please note that the order of the agenda items has been amended this evening. Presentations will be considered first, with the statutory public meetings to follow. We have 2 presentations this evening. Please note that presenters may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. Our first presentation will be provided by Wayfront Planning and Design and the Tourism Company regarding tourism strategy and action plan, urban gateways design, wayfinding signage design, and program. As this presentation may take a little bit longer than 10 minutes, I would like to request that council extend the time of the delegation. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. So that will give us a little bit more than 10 minutes. And I would ask that Wayfront Planning and Design and the Tourism Company step forward, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the committee, if I may just quickly make some welcoming remarks. As Council is well aware, in the fall of 2018, we did pass and approve a 5-year economic development strategy. And one of the action items in this strategy and sectors of focus is obviously tourism. So in January of 2019, this year, we did engage Wayfront Planning and Design, as well as the tourism company, to help us execute and design and execute a tourism strategy, a 5-year tourism strategy. So I'm going to turn it over to them, but we did have a wonderful stakeholder session this afternoon, which I'm sure they will talk about. And there was multiple engagement opportunities throughout this strategy and this session. And so we do look forward to both engaging council and other members of the community. So further to that, I do welcome Janice and Mike Robbins. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for your opening remarks. I'm Janice Fedorwick. I'm the owner of Wayfront Planning and Design. I've been doing landscape architecture and urban planning in various parts of the world for the last 30 years, and very pleased to be on this project. And I'd like to introduce to you my colleague from the tourism company, Mike. Mike has been a tourism expert for the last 40 years. He's worked all over the world as well. His expertise, and he'll talk about it a little bit to you, is in responsible tourism. And I just want to mention that as we go through this process, that is something that we, as a group, is one of our overarching principles, is responsible tourism. And that's something that we are looking to, just going through that quickly. Something that we're looking at is responsible tourism, which is basically not keeping the resources as they are and going through the well-being of people. And it's not only people who live here, it's people who work here and people who visit here. So we're looking at that as an overarching principle as we go through the process. We have 6 key objectives, and they are all involving fostering the ecological, the heritage, and the cultural aspects of Lincoln. What can we do to foster community needs? What can we do to make it economically viable? What can we do to make it sustainable and defensible? We are also looking at what is the role of the town of Lincoln within the whole aspect of Niagara region, the tourism industry, not only the industry, but all the infrastructure and the administrative aspects that we find here. So this is our methodology. We have 5 steps. We're basically at the analysis section, and we're hoping to have a completed plan at the end of December for you to have a look at. We have a very extensive public engagement program that is weaved into our process. We have 6 stakeholder groups. We met with the key stakeholders this afternoon. We had a great session that generated a lot of different ideas. We looked at strengths, weaknesses, we looked at establishing priorities, and we looked about the branding, and we talked about that. In terms of yourselves, the counselors, we are going to be having at least 1 workshop with you where we will get your input and update you on the process and really try to get you involved in developing our strategies and to work together with you. And this is, of course, we would love to interact with you at any time that you have available and want to contact us. We will be happy to do that. So our engagement process is that we'll be disseminating information both electronically and through an information sheet. We have a number of meetings that we have set up. Surveys, we have some geared towards the tourism industry, some towards residents. We will be having key and stakeholder interviews, and again, the council presentations. So our expected outcome is to have the tourism strategy at the end of the year, along with the gateway strategy and wayfinding. What we will have for that is we will be looking at where should the gateways be, where should the signage be, and what sort of prototypes should we have, as well as a process for how to deal with new sign applications as they come up. Now I'll pass it over to Mike, who will talk to you a little bit about the tourism strategy.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present for a few minutes on the work that we're doing. My name's Mike Robbins. I have spent a whole career as a tourism consultant, specializing mostly in more responsible or more sustainable forms of tourism, both across Canada and internationally. I'm also currently serving as the chairman of a nonprofit in Washington, D.C. called the Center for Responsible Travel, which is a policy-oriented research institute focused on helping to promote more responsible forms of tourism. As many of us have seen recently, tourism can be quite destructive to destinations, and you've no doubt all saw the photographs of on the top of Everest with the lineup. That is over tourism at its worst, and that's happening in many destinations like Barcelona and Amsterdam and Dubrovnik and in Canada as well. So again, I think it's important to note that our focus here will be on more responsible approaches to tourism, looking at the tourist as the guest and looking at tourism from the perspective of the host communities, inviting, receiving, and hosting guests, visitors, and trying to protect the quality of life that you have here and that the residents have in the town of Lincoln. There was a new national tourism strategy that was released by the federal minister of tourism in the last couple of weeks, actually, that is quite well aligned with the potential here in the town of Lincoln. They've launched at the same time as the strategy a significant fund called the Canadian Experiences Fund that focuses on providing support for that list of 5 different types of tourism on this slide, all of which have relevance to the town of Lincoln, of course. One of our major considerations and areas that we will focus on as we're doing our work will be what is the role for the town of Lincoln, and that really is we're initiating an industry engagement process, and that's a really critical part of the work we do, because we are facilitators in helping to develop a strategy, but the strategy has to be strongly supported and come from the industry itself. So we're looking to hear from the industry what they see as the role for the town, from the town what they see as their role. We will then apply our professional skills and experience and use some benchmarking against other best practices elsewhere to look at what we would recommend the role of the town of Lincoln being in regards to developing tourism and increasing the economic benefits and other benefits from tourism. We will also be looking at branding, and by branding we mean more than just a slogan, a logo, a name. It's really the promise that is being provided to the visitors that are coming to this destination. So that's another important consideration for us. We're partway through our assessment of the supply of tourism products and experiences in the town of Lincoln, and we've categorized. These are the 7 major themes, I guess, for products and experiences that we see. We're also running these by the industry. This helps us to focus in on because at the same time as we're developing a tourism strategy, we're developing a signage strategy and a gateway program. So this is an important part of the process. And we also have to look at the full range of destination marketing and management responsibilities in any destination. And it's not just marketing, and there's been a real paradigm shift for destination marketing to one of destination marketing and management. And this is a reflection of the importance of considering the communities that are hosting the visitors, right? So it's not just trying to attract numbers and volumes of tourists, it's trying to attract the right type of tourists that are sensitive to the local environment and the local community, and that add value and add to the quality of life in any destination. So that's just a quick synopsis of the tourism strategy component of the work that Janice and I are doing, and I'll turn it back to Janice to talk a little bit more about gateways and wayfinding signage.
Thanks, Mike. I'm just going to go through very briefly what we've found so far to let you know the process that we're going through. So we're looking at gateways as benefits for tourism. I think we're all familiar with creating a sense of entry, using it as a promotional tool, and what image do we want to create for the town of Lincoln? What do we want to tell people about us? You can see in all of these examples, the signs actually give an idea of what you will encounter as you go in. For instance, the middle sign, select Simcoe, they're showing us an image of a historical building. We know that's what they want to show. They want to tell us about that. So these are clues when we're looking at signage, the materials we choose, how we express it. That's very important to what we want to eventually market as far as tourism goes. Wayfinding, we know, is a very key tool for helping people not only get from A to B, but it is also a promotional tool that helps to describe what is there to be seen and experienced in Lincoln, but also will bring people back for a repeat visit as they drive by the very first time. Our best practices are visibility, looking at creating a sense of identity and the quality of place. We really need to look at, are these signs easy to understand? Are they in the right place? And are they giving the right message? And that's what we are looking at in our analysis. So this is what we see so far are the existing gateways to the town of Lincoln. And you can see that it's all different characters and all different signs, different messages. So we're going to be looking at how we can coordinate this. The signs that go into the small towns, they at least are somewhat coordinated in terms of colors, font sizes, and so on. So we have some commonality there. And we're going to be looking at what are the sign tourism routes in Lincoln, and where are they taking people, what are they taking them to, and do they make sense, and is there any way that we can work with the different operators to see if we can come up with a system that benefits all. When we look at wayfinding, we can see that there's a lot of different groups that own the signs, and a lot of them look different, although we have a commonality in color between green and blue, but all the signs say different things and in different ways. We've seen, I'm sure you've seen many of these as you travel about, and just to show an example of how many signs we have, this is what we see in just at the Four Corners in Jordan. This is just taking pictures of what we see. So we've got a lot of signs going to different locations, and we're trying to find a way to see if we can work with the different people and bring it all together. So our strategy for moving forward is to see what we can do to coordinate and amalgamate signs together, to build upon the existing town and the regional character, and to coordinate it with our tourism strategy so that what we come up with a tourism strategy is then expressed in our gateway and wayfinding signs. So we're going to open it to a question and answer period, I believe, and we would love to hear any questions you have or any ideas, anything you want to tell us about, any thoughts you have will be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Janice and Mike. And we do have questions from council. I'm going to start with Councillor Rajima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you for presentation. So speaking about signage, that's one of the things that I want to talk about. We have quite a few opinions, I'd say, around town. Mine being one of them, that we have in some areas too much signage, private and public signage. So that's going to be a difficult hill to climb to get it down to a place where these signs are effective, or the signage that we do choose to have is effective. So these days, a lot of people, when they travel, they use GPS and they use technology. So do you see our need for signage diminishing? Has it diminished significantly, or is it in the process of diminishing? Or how do you see the use of technology and tourism affecting the amount of signage that we should have?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a very good point, and it's something that we're considering in our strategy, is the use of digital technology and how that does affect our strategies. We know that just, people are using their GPS to go everywhere from place to place, but signage is still used as a promotional tool as well, rather than just wayfinding. So we're looking to find the magic formula between technology and between signage that will have it all make sense and be easily understood.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brunei.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you, Janice and Mike, for the presentation. Wow, looks like you guys are the right people for the job. 70 years of combined experience. We look forward to working with you. Mike, I just wanted to comment. When I read your bio, I believe you're living in Collingwood, and when I look at Collingwood and the Blue Mountain area, I mean, that's what jumps out at me is wayfinding and everything that brings, you know, tourists and skiers and everyone that comes up there for conferences to that area. And I think they do a great job combining transit and bringing tourists into the area. So hopefully you can bring that to the table with us, and look forward to working with you. I just wanted to kind of go down the same road as Councillor Rinjema for a second. That was exactly one of my first questions. Was when I look at, you know, your presentation, you talk about, you know, for every sign you're going to put up, you're going to take one down. Is that a reflection of what you've seen by coming to the community, or is that a standard practice when you start a presentation or working with the community?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. It's a little bit of both, because in our first initial look at the entire community, we can see the number of signs, and the sheer number is just, it's, if I put it on a scale of 1 to 10 in the number of signs, 10 being there's way too many signs, 1 being you're fine, I would put it about 7.5 to 8. So that's just how we are looking at it. So the more we can amalgamate and the more partnerships we can form between the different people that are organizations that are putting up the signs, then I think the better strategy it will be. That combined with the digital technology will hopefully be in the process of taking down signs and putting up combined signs that do more with less.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just...
Sure.
So, you know, I saw it in the report as I was preparing for this meeting. You know, I really like what you're touching on. We are a Greenbelt community, and so I think it's very, very important that we maintain, you know, the resources, the culture, the heritage that we have, you know, when we're going through this process, and the balance. I really like what jumped out at me by reading your report about the balance between tourists, citizens, and the environment. So look forward to that. I just have one other question through you, Mr. Chair. So when I look at the, you know, the procedure on how we're going to do this, the 5-step approach, I guess you started this in March, and you've got a timeline going to December 2019, 10 months, but you talk about a 5-year approach, a 5-year, I think the word was approach. Could you just define that for me?
So the process is that we will be developing a 5-year action plan. And so we'll be looking at a year by year over a 5-year period of recommendations for, you know, implementation of first this, first that, and it will combine both the tourism strategy and the wayfinding and gateways together. So that's the idea.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenters. Just great presentation. Seeing some of those pictures opens up my eyes and the different signs we have. Are you working at all, like looking at those pictures, we have signs from the province, signs from the region, signs from the federal government, signs from the town, and then signs from the general public. Is there some sort of way to communicate with all of the agencies involved to come up with, you know, a way of identifying each of the level of governments and their signs?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we started that process today when we had our stakeholder meeting. We had a number of the organizations in the same room starting to work towards a common goal. And the next process of what we're going through in our analysis is contacting each of those organizations. And we will be talking to each of them about their own protocol for putting up the signs, what the regulations are, and then suggesting ideas and how amenable they are to combining signs together. So we're going to be dealing with each of them individually, and then later on as a group, they'll be invited to converse with us again about it.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so we will have separate signs for separate businesses rather than, let's say, a winery having to go through 2 or 3 different channels. Like it'll be a more identifiable sign, personal to the town. Is that our hope?
That's our hope. That's what we're thinking about at this point, but we're still at the preliminary stages. We still have to go through the process of the design and coming up with the different ideas. But something we're talking about today and something we're discussing as a group with Paul and the steering committee is the idea of putting the different, categorizing into different categories and then maybe color coding with that as well. So then you have a visual cue when you're driving along or walking along or biking to know which are, okay, maybe wineries is one color and so on and so forth. Heritage is another. Sports tourism is something else. Whatever we're trying to promote. And so we would be looking at ways to bring it together rather than having each one individually advertised.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. It is a complex issue and certainly multidimensional, no question. The source of your stakeholders, could you go, I'm sorry, I don't know what page that was on, but it was pretty early in the presentation. I just want to ask you, I guess, okay, I've got it. I don't really see, I see that it says here that residents, and I want to know more about how you're going to engage the average person in this kind of an exercise, given that the focus is really on business development.
Well, the first way that we are engaging residents is we're doing online updates for every stage that we go through the process. So we're keeping people informed. We're having the information sheet that will be available at the town office with contact information available, so anybody can call Paul and start a conversation that will bring us all together if there's any issues that come up. We will be having a public information session just before we have the draft plan together. So that session will be an interactive session where we're hoping that people will respond to the ideas we've come up with, give us new ideas, give us comments, give us their opinion on what we're doing. And then every time we have a session with yourselves, then that the public is invited to, they will also be informed that way.
All right, Mr. Chairman, if you find that you're getting low response rate for any of the stakeholders that you've listed, what is your usual response to that? Do you have more sessions? Do you find different mechanisms for getting those messages out? We still have a large number of people that are not on social media or so what do you do in that case?
Thank you. That's a great question. I mean, it really does depend on the situation, and if it is people that don't have a media connection, then we will be potentially looking to advertise in newspapers and other venues like that, and hopefully reach people that way. We'll work with Paul, and we will see what is the best way to reach the community. Maybe it is even through media announcements. Maybe it's done that way. But we will definitely have a look at that if that becomes an issue.
Okay, well, I can't imagine that it's a new problem, but I would ask you to hold that thought, because when this is all said and done, we really want to make sure that everyone has had their input. Mr. Chairman, I'm interested to know Well, all of this work out of the country is very exciting, and it's nice to have people with a cosmopolitan mindset. Did you actually do any work in Collingwood? I mean, it's such a great success story. Did you have anything to do with that?
I have done some work in Collingwood years ago in the whole southern Georgian Bay area, a master plan for that region. I've done work all over Canada. Over 40 years of my career, most of it has been spent in Canada and living in Ontario. Most of the career was spent in Toronto, and 3 years ago, I'm at that stage where I, can move out of the city and work from there in Collingwood. So we were probably 20 years ago, just as one example, we developed the strategy and master plan for Prince Edward County that as they were evolving into the destination that they've grown into at this point. So there's many examples I can point to over the years that I've been involved in personally that similar master planning of this nature, tourism master planning. And you're right, it is a standard process that we go through with consultation, and we try and have as many touch points as we can with stakeholders, people in the industry, and we provide the opportunity for the public to react to but we need to have some directions that we're presenting to them before we invite that general public reaction. And that'll be done in person in public meeting, but also online, and we have different approaches that we're working on with Paul and the communications group in the town of Lincoln. So
Okay, well, that's very important, and I'll certainly be looking for that. I'm sure other councillors will as well. So tell me what you know through you, Mr. Chairman, about the Centre of Excellence for Agriculture, and because I see that you have agritourism, but you're really relating it primarily to culinary, and there's certainly a good deal more related to agritourism than that, and I wonder what your more expanded plan is, because this is an extremely important proposition that we support through planning and other policy initiatives. What do you know about it, and what is your plan for inclusion?
well, agritourism is not only an important part of the tourism sector in the town of Lincoln and other areas that I've worked on. It's been an integral part of the economy as well, and it presents a significant opportunity. So we are addressing it, and it's more than just culinary tourism. It's all the full gamut of activities that can take place in the agricultural community, agricultural attractions and lane markets and farmers markets, and that's an important component of what you have to offer here in the town of Lincoln. We recognize that.
Okay, well, I'll certainly be looking for some unique suggestions. Recently, we've had presentations regarding the geopark. I notice you make reference to the biosphere. Will you be looking at the geopark as a unique and individual exercise all its own? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, I'll just make a comment on the importance of designations like that, UNESCO designations, like the Biosphere Reserve. The Geopark designation helps establish credibility for the destination. I'm actually involved in a project overseas in the Middle East right now where we're looking at a geopark designation for the region that I'm involved in. They're very important. They're just as important as national parks. When an international visitor, and when we think of our own travels, when we go to a foreign country, we're drawn to what we see as being nationally and internationally significant in those destinations. So it's proven through research that these designations and the attractions that are featured and national parks are oftentimes the most important features that first-time international visitors are looking for. So yes, we very much understand the potential from the geopark designation, and we'll incorporate that in our thinking in the strategy for the town of Lincoln.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, my final question is under the heritage piece, and I would like to understand a little bit more about that piece and how you see relating to our Indigenous peoples as it relates to Lincoln?
Okay, these are good questions. It illustrates, the diversity of opportunities here in the town of Lincoln. It's not just about wineries and beverage, distilleries and breweries, and there's so much richness to this destination in so many ways, and so many opportunities to storytell. And that's what tourism is all about, right? Interpreting and storytelling in different ways through food and through guiding and through just any number of ways. Heritage tourism we recognize as an important category here. Heritage and arts and culture. You've got a strong community of artists and artisans as well. And we will weave that into the tourism strategy as one of as I identified in the 7 different themes, product or experience themes. It is definitely one of the strengths here. So we'll be looking at heritage and culture and arts as an important stream of tourism.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I would say that obviously there's been a great deal of effort taken to find a company that has a good deal of skill in this area. This is a huge investment for the town of Lincoln, and we all know that, so we're going to be looking very carefully at the work that you do. Communities of our size and really can only afford to do this kind of thing once in a long, long time. So we'll be looking for more than your very best effort. We are a very special community, and we're expecting the very best out of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have Councillor Pachariva.
Thanks, Chair McPherson. Through you to the presenters. Janice and Mike, thank you very much. We had a presentation last week from the Region of Niagara, Carolyn Ryle, that they're undertaking a tourism strategy and wayfinding. So wondering if you've touched base with them, how ours might dovetail in with their approach.
Thank you very much. That we actually spoke with them just this afternoon.
Okay.
When we were in our visioning session, and recognized that we have some similar goals, and we'll be working together with them on their plans.
Okay.
We're also going to be in close communication with all the other plans that are going on, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and all of the other plans in the town of Lincoln. We're in close communication with everybody in Lincoln to make sure that we're coordinated.
Okay, because that was another one of my questions through you, Chair McPherson. Mm-hmm. Not only do we need to look at the tourists, but we need to look at the local residents and how to get around. I think the city of St. Catharines, and Janice, if you wouldn't mind commenting on it, you're from St. Catharines. I think they've done a great job on their tourism directional signage using City of St. Catharines masthead and then having all the municipal assets, having the region masthead and all of those assets and identified them. Because I go back, we had an event at the Scout Hut, last year. And there, a bunch of us have been here, forever. So, having been a Cub or a Scout or what, we know where it is. But new people, residents to town, don't know where that is. So that's one of the issues that we've kind of, uncovered, that we need to get better in identifying our assets as well. So,
thank you. I think that's a really good point, that sometimes we forget about wayfinding when we know the way. Mm-hmm. And I think coordinating as well. City of St. Catharines has done a good job, and they are also part of our key stakeholder steering committee, so we are communicating with them as well. They are one of the considerations that we have to. There's so many partners out there that have signed, so we are definitely looking to coordinate our efforts between all involved.
Okay, and I was happy that you had mentioned the cultural assets that we have here in town. There was an economic analysis of the Niagara region's cultural assets, and the town of Lincoln, 2% of all artists in the province of Ontario reside in the town of Lincoln. On my travels, Durham region has an excellent agritourism signage package. dovetailed in with a map and a digital app. Same thing with Guelph, Fergus, and Elora has got an excellent integrated package because you're looking at an area. I really like the fact that you identified the different non-homogeneous signage that's out there right now. Can't develop a brand with a mishmash and because you don't know if you're coming or going. You need a sense of arrival, you need a sense of departure. And I think one of the things too, and you can see that in your sign characters, we put the signs up and then we forget about them and they fade. So you've got new Canadian tourism strategy is targeting overseas visitors, and they go by an international code, right? The campground is a upside down V with a line across the bottom. So if those identifying symbols have washed away or faded away, and English isn't their common tongue, they're going to have a heck of a hard time navigating. Yeah.
That's true. Thank you, Councillor. And looking at symbols is something that we will also be considering because, as you say, English is not everybody's first language. And then coordinating that with the tourism strategy and how we want people to experience Lincoln and having it be the best for the citizens that live here is our idea for responsible tourism.
Yeah, and I like too where you stated if one goes up, one comes down. I would say if one goes up, three come down, because we're trying to develop a sign bylaw, for the businesses and the residents. And if we don't get our own house in order, how can we expect anyone else to follow? So we've got to be the leader on this. Like the mayor said, we've got a chance to do this. We need to do it right. So we look forward to your expertise and await that report in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Through to Mike and Janice, thank you very much for your presentation. I think a lot of my questions have been answered, or I've got some more information on a lot of it. I wanted to talk a little bit about branding. And I read in your report, it's not an ad, it's about a sense of who we are collectively. And we are very expansive here in Lincoln. I'll be remiss if I don't mention, we have Camden, Tintern, Rockaway, Vineland Station, Jordan Station, Beansville, Vineland, Jordan. So when I'm thinking of branding, I guess my question is, how do we bring that all together? Like, I don't know if you can even answer that, but I need to understand that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's, and I won't say that I'm a branding expert. I'm not a specialist in branding, and however, we are looking at the branding issue and what the town of Lincoln stands for to the guests, the visitors, right, the tourists of the future. So we are having discussions, and we started that discussion in our session today with the stakeholders to get a sense of what they, as operators in the tourism industry here, feel the destination is and how that can be best represented to the visitor. But we always have to step back and look from the visitor's perspective, right, through the tourist lens, through the visitor. And yes, it has to be a brand that is supported and makes people proud in the town of Lincoln, but ultimately it's a brand that is representing the promise you're making as a destination to those visitors. It's not an easy task to define that, and we are not doing a branding, we're not developing a brand for the town of Lincoln, but we are addressing it to the extent we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and Mike and Janice, thank you very much. And, my comments would be, I think the mayor asked, a lot of questions around various topics and brought a lot of things out. I would remind the council that we're going to get our chance to have a one-on-one with the with the presenters and have more dialogue there. But Mike, you made a comment, I think is an interesting point, or an important point, of protecting the quality of life of our current residents. You know, and I think that speaks to the question of how are we going to engage the residents. I think many of your other groups, it's not easy, but it's easier to engage them. And to engage our residents and to get feedback from our residents is going to be more challenging than that. And I would absolutely concur with the mayor that, you know, doing it through our website and social media isn't going to do it. You know, it's not going to get very many of our people out. So it's going to be, you know, something other than that. And, you know, I'm not necessarily suggesting that we go to the shopping centers and, you know, the soccer fields and things, but, you know, that may be a consideration to reach out to our residents, because I think they are a very key part of this tourism strategy, so. Mr. Gianni, do you have any final comments before we call
Well,
a
thank
motion?
you, Chair. Through you to the presenters, just want to thank them for being here this evening, and we're very much looking forward to working with them on this project. You know, from the response that we had today in terms of our stakeholder session, we do have a lot of engaged business owners and stakeholders in this community, so we look forward to working with them and presenting to council at a later date on some recommendations.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you. So I need a mover for a motion to accept the presentation as information. Councillor Russell, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Thank you. Our second presentation will be provided by Economic Development staff regarding summer business retention and expansion initiatives.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Deanne.
Through you to the committee, I'm very pleased to be up here this evening to speak to the committee on some of the initiatives that we have planned for this summer. As most of you have most likely met, I am joined this evening by Brian Blue. Brian is our economic development intern for the summertime and joins us from his master's program at the University of Waterloo in economic development and innovation, I believe it's called. So we are here just quickly this evening to talk about some plans for the summertime. So as I'd mentioned a little bit earlier, as council is well aware, we do have a wonderful 5-year economic development strategy. I'm holding in my hand our executive summary that everyone has seen. And this really talks about some key themes and key sectors of focus that we want to grow our economy. And I do highlight everyone to number 2, which is the business retention expansion. So what we're going to be talking about this evening is really executing one of the recommendations in our economic development strategy. So why business retention expansion, or more precisely, what is it? Well, I'll read the definition here, but business retention expansion, I will be using the short form BRNE, is a structured, action-oriented, and community-based approach to business development and economic expansion. BRNE strategy promotes job growth by helping communities learn about issues as well as opportunities for local businesses, and sets priorities for projects to address these needs. And so, I mean, I know council has heard me mention a few times before, but business retention expansion is all about growing the existing businesses that you have in your community. You've heard me say before that any job created in a community, generally 70 to 80% of any job that is created in a community comes from your existing businesses. Well, just last week, actually, OMAFRA updated their statistics, so it's now 80 to 92% of any new job comes from existing businesses. So hence why the importance of communities, especially a community like ours, for doing structured business retention expansion. It's how we create jobs, it's how we grow our economy, and it's something that we're really focusing on this summer. So one of the main aspects is business walks. So I am going to turn over to Brian to talk about what we have planned for the summer.
Thank you, Paul. Through you, Chair, I'd just like to take a moment. Thank you, Mayor Easton and the Town Council for the opportunity. It's a valuable experience and very much appreciated. Thank you. So continuing off of what Paul was mentioning, so through our business retention and expansion strategy, our first and lead initiative would be the business walk. And what it entails is a personalized face-to-face approach, interacting with local leaders, key municipal representatives, and the business community. And what it is you're sitting down in a one-on-one approach, and you're getting a sense and a pulse of what's going on in your local community. one of the most important and underlying goals with this is you're really demonstrating commitment and delivering value to your constituents. You're reaching out and showing them that you're available, you're connecting yourself to identify challenges and potentially create solutions to drive business growth within the community. So basically, the implementation would be each participating council representative would be escorted by the economic development officer, and you would be visiting a series of pre-selected businesses within your ward. And as I mentioned, you sit down, have a conversation with the business owner, identify some of the challenges that they're having, or potentially areas of how we could assist them in growth and driving development within the community. So then someone like myself or one of my other colleagues would follow up the meeting, sit down with the business owner after you've segued into another meeting, kind of deliver a survey, collect additional demographics, data, and kind of see if we need a follow-up session between yourselves or the Economic Development Department. So as I mentioned, the intended outcomes are to really create and support initiatives to connect our local businesses to sources of assistance and funding provided by the municipality. I can't stress this enough. One of the most important things is demonstrating a clear investment to the citizens, to your constituents, that they are valued, appreciative, and you're available to really connect with them and drive business growth within the community. And continuing along with the Pathway to Prosperity initiative, we are really stressing the message for open for business and driving future growth within the town of Lincoln. So why Business Walks? What we're doing is we're delivering a series of creative and diverse strategies to recognize the assets that we have within our community, maximize them, and increase the efficiency and effectiveness that we do business here in the community. And the Business Walks is a very personalized but very successful approach to really enhance the BNRE strategy and contribute to our economic development strategy and 5-year action plan.
Thank you, Brian. Chair, through to the committee. The Digital Main Street Initiative, which I think just as a background, as council well knows, the economic development or town hall was successful in attaining $10,000 from the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association in conjunction with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs to help with Digital Main Street. So what that means is helping our local businesses on Main Streets get online and really up their digital presence. So that way, a lot of, as we well know, in the 21st century, a lot of people really shop and find locations online to help identify where they can purchase retail items. So what we're doing, and this fits perfectly into our summertime programs around business retention, expansion, and summer walks, is we're bringing on a new individual for the summertime to be our digital service squad member, to work with those small businesses downtown to help get them online. And as I said, this fits perfectly with what we're planning for the summertime. So as I announced earlier today, Alicia Young, who's also in the Economic Development Program at the University of Waterloo, is joining us for the summer, and we look forward to having her on and meeting each of you. So in terms of next steps, the Economic Development staff are going to identify some timings for the initiative. We are targeting either July or August for 2019, and we will be engaging council on their schedule to help work with Economic Development staff and meet the small businesses downtown, and calendar invites should be going out shortly. Further to that, we're open for some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We have Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Gentlemen, thank you for your presentation. You know, when I look back at what we did in May, when we went out for Economic Development Week, and we went out to businesses, and, you know, the Moyer and Diebels and the Vineland growers that have been here, you know, for years and years, decades, and then we went out to the new businesses to find out why they're coming to Lincoln to invest, outdoor travel and up cannabis. So I just love what we're doing. I love the fact that we're going to get out and talk to business owners and shareholders and stakeholders. I guess my one question is, when I look at your presentation on the Pathway to Prosperity, and it's like a 6-prong approach, when it comes to talent and workforce development, how would you recommend, or how do you vision that we're going to tackle that as we move forward?
For sure. Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor. For the Business Walks initiative, what we're going to be focusing on is some of the smaller Main Street enterprises in our community, which do have concerns about talent and workforce development and hiring staff. So as our economic development strategy indicates, is that we're going to be working with post-secondary institutions and such as organizations such as Spark Lincoln, for example, to help attract more youth into our community, as well as retain more youth in our community, as well as connect them to programs at post-secondary institutions for job creation, for hiring. So that's the path we're going to be going down. But our initiative for this summer is really focusing on what some of those concerns are with the business owners, focusing on Main Street, and really hearing them out, and then collecting the data, and then coming back with some recommendations on what we can do to help them out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Through you to Paul Deaney and Brian, thank you very much. I was really excited when I saw this as well, the business walks, because of the last tours that we did. I think that's a great way to get into the businesses and meet the people and see what they're doing. So you talked about it being by ward. Are we going to be sharing information between wards? If you could just comment on that.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you, not necessarily by wards, but more about downtowns. We do have multiple downtowns, so identified, obviously working with, and it's open to all councillors, but working with councillors specific to certain downtowns in certain areas, but not necessarily by ward, more by downtowns. And as everyone around the horseshoe knows, and people behind me, we have multiple downtowns and multiple businesses. So.
Okay, that's great. I don't know why I thought I heard you say ward, so I like the idea of it being open to everywhere. So, and congratulations on the Digital Main Streets initiative on the funding. That's very exciting. I think it'll be really beneficial to the businesses. And you're going out to Vineland and Jordan, I heard. Is that correct?
100%, yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more second through you, Chair. To the councillor, as everyone well knows, the Beamsville BI did receive the similar grant. So we're not trying to duplicate what they're doing in downtown Beamsville. Our focus will really be on Vineland, Jordan.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through you to Paul and Brian. I'm excited about what you're presenting, and I love the idea of visiting businesses. We did that tour back in May, Economic Development Week, and even those businesses, they appreciated us coming through and taking a tour, and we're quite surprised by that. Question I have is, how are you going to determine which businesses we are targeting? We have a lot of businesses in town, and the thing that I would like to personally do is try to connect with the smaller ones, the businesses that are under 3 employers. These are the backbone. These are the people I think that they work hard, and I'd like to make sure that we get a snapshot of how they're doing and what we can do better for a town for that demographic as well. How will you be, finding these, businesses hidden that, many of us don't know about?
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Chair. We have over 900 businesses in our community. We're well aware that we can't hit all of them in one time period. So the business retention expansion, the Business Walks initiative, we're going to carry out over a number of years. But for this summer, our focus is really those small businesses on our main streets. Our downtowns, those businesses that have 1 to 2 or 3 employees. We're going to start with those businesses and then eventually work our way to some of the small and medium enterprises that have larger employees. So our focus for this summer is those small businesses downtown.
Perfect. And the reason why, I just want to make sure that we're not focusing on the large industry or the larger employers, and, that we are there for the smaller ones as well. Thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Deaney. Correct me if I'm wrong, my assumption is that we're aligning this to the summer to try to take advantage of our personnel with Mr. Blue and Ms. Young. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, correct.
My concern is that, again, just knowing some of the scheduling conflicts that we've had with the clerk's department trying to set up meetings for the other committee meetings, it can be very, very tight to get meetings in July and August. So, and I think this is a great initiative. I wouldn't want to miss out on an opportunity like this. So, again, is there any opportunity to potentially move that into the fall a little bit if required?
Through you, Chair, if required, for sure. We're recognizing that these small business owners are it's a 24/7 job for them. So we don't want to take away from what they're doing on a day-to-day basis for their livelihood. So at the end of the day, we're going to be working around their schedules. If we do need to push this and expand it, for sure, we do recognize we're not going to get it all done in one day or one weekend. So yes, so we're open to working around their schedules.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't want our community members here this evening to think that we have a special program going on here and that the councillors and the mayor are not out meeting with businesses on a regular basis. However, because that is certainly something that we're all committed to. However, when we went out as a team during Economic Development Week, there was a depth of feedback that I had not seen before. People seemed to understand that it was also an opportunity for them to throw out ideas about how they wanted to expand in the future. They gave us a lot of background about their businesses, and they talked about the future, which you don't always have an opportunity to hear that. And I believe the success of it was really related to the multidisciplinary nature of who was in the room. So I'm very much in support of this. Unfortunately, we have so many demands, and I'm concerned about the issues that have been identified, particularly around in the winery and restaurant areas around the availability of employees, the training of employees, and also accommodation of these people, because there's a real shortage. Have you thought about how, or is there a way that we can begin a tandem process to start to look at those issues as well? Because I think they're quite critical, and I think in many cases they're quite urgent.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the mayor, I mean, for sure, our focus for this summer is going to be a little bit more on those smaller businesses downtown or downtowns, and so we're not going to be speaking to those larger businesses that may have some of the accommodation questions around wineries and that such. But for sure, I mean, it's always, further to the councillor's question previously, it is always access to talent and hiring youth and that sort of stuff. So we will be co-locating this data and trying to figure out how we can solve the issues. But you know, we are going to be executing our economic development strategy, which does talk about youth employment and retention and connecting to talent. So we're going to be focused a little bit more downtown, and we want to figure out what those issues are. But we always have an eye to that as well.
But you certainly, I don't hear you saying that you wouldn't welcome a delegation if the parties involved in these other issues felt that they needed to come forward.
We're always open to hearing whatever concerns we have in our community.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you, Paul and Brian, and you know, we are very fortunate through some timely grants to have talent such as Brian that is able to lead a project like this, you know, and I do think that to Councillor Russell's question, we will, you know, meet a number of businesses over the summer months. You know, we need to make a personal commitment from council to get out there and knock on some doors, but I think it's a great initiative, so thank you. So I need a mover for a motion to accept the presentation as information. Councillor Timmers, all in favor? None opposed? That is carried. So we're now going to move into our public meetings this evening. The purpose of the public meetings is to receive comments from the public and consider questions regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application by Chester and Phyllis Kowalik, zoning bylaw amendment application by 534754 Holdings Limited, road closing application by Herbert Blum and Cheryl Briere. Apologize if I've said that incorrectly. And the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application by Vineland Growers Cooperative. So please be advised, sections 1715 and 3412 of the Planning Act require that before an official plan amendment and passing a zoning bylaw amendment, council must ensure that sufficient information and material is available to understand generally the proposal being considered, and council must hold at least one public hearing for the purpose of giving the public an opportunity to make representations regarding the proposed amendments. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the town of Lincoln before the application is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of town council to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, or LPAT. Personal information is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and may be contained in an appendix to a staff report, published in the meeting agenda, delegation list, and/or the minutes of the public meeting, and made part of the public record. The town of Lincoln collects this information in order to make informed decisions on the relevant issues and to notify interested parties of council's decisions. It may also be used to serve notice of a local planning appeal tribunal, LPAT, hearing. Names and addresses contained in the submitted correspondence and other information will be available to the public, unless the individual expressly requests the town to remove their personal information. The disclosure of this information is governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, RSO 1990 CM 56. We stress at this point, no decision has been made on the application, and council will take any comments received into account in their consideration of these items. There is an attendance list by the door, which we would ask all present to sign if they wish to be notified of council's decisions. Members of the public are reminded to give their name and address when they speak. If approved by council, a notice of the items passing will be circulated with an appeal period. So our first public hearing is for the purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application by Chester and Phyllis Kowalik. We have one delegation registered this evening with respect to this public hearing. Please note that each delegation may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. We're going to hold you to it. Tara O'Toole from Quartec Group, Inc. will be speaking to PD-41-19 zoning bylaw amendment application by Chester and Phyllis Kowalik. Ms. O'Toole, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. As Mr. Chair has just said, my name is Tara O'Toole from Quartec Group, and tonight I'm going to be speaking to you in regards to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 4490 Victoria Avenue, the Peach Country Farm Market. Currently, we are at phase 2 of the development and planning process, and we held a public open house last Tuesday, June 4th, here in council chambers. We received no comments or concerns at that time. The site is municipally known, well, it's not gonna go. Sorry. Thank you. The site's municipally known as 4490 Victoria Avenue, Regional Road 24 in Vineland. It's approximately 800 meters south of the QEW. The site's currently home to the Peach Country Farm Market, which operates seasonally and has been run by the Kowalik family since 1991. The surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural and rural residential. As you can see on this site plan, hopefully, we're proposing to adjust the existing zone boundary line of A22, which the site is currently zoned, to accommodate overflow parking that will be associated with the proposed conversion of the storage building to a banquet facility. The total area of the property is approximately 13.2 hectares. And the new proposed area for the zone boundary will be approximately 0.93 hectares in size. And that new boundary is going to include all of the existing buildings with the Peach Market, the storage building that is proposed to be converted to the banquet facility, and all of the parking existing in some of the proposed overflow. The intent of the bylaw amendment is to include banquet facility as a permitted use on the site. According to the current bylaw, banquet or convention center means a building or structure on portion thereof used for the gathering together of groups of public for a specific purpose, including the consumption of food and drink, and where full kitchen facilities are provided on the same premises. The existing storage building will be converted to this banquet facility to hold events such as weddings or get-togethers or anything of that matter. But we will not be tying into existing services. Therefore, the site caterer or whoever is going to be renting out the space and bringing in their own caterer will be utilizing a mobile kitchen, and the guests will also have to use mobile bathroom facilities. We also, as part of our application, prepared a traffic impact brief for the new use, and it concluded that there were no impacts to the traffic along Victoria Avenue, and that no further improvements would be required for the safety or efficiency of Victoria Avenue. The zoning bylaw amendment to permit the proposed conversion of the storage barn to a banquet facility and to allow for the use on the subject lands is consistent with the provincial policy statement and is also supported by the policy framework of the Greenbelt Plan, the Niagara Regional Official Plan, and the town's official plan. The proposed use will maintain the rural agricultural character of the area, provide additional agritourism opportunities, and an agri-product business in a location that we know can accommodate the proposed use, while at the same time providing support to agriculture to ensure its long-term viability. Overall, we believe that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment represents good land use planning. And that concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Regima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about what is the primary use of the property right now?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The primary use of it right now is the farming of for the Peach Country Farm Market. So that's already been rezoned to be a site-specific. It was agriculture, and now it's site-specific to allow for that and the retail sales of any of the products produced on the property. And so now we're simply just rezoning it to another site-specific to permit the conversion of the storage building to a banquet facility.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about the actual building itself once it converts over. You don't plan to have washrooms on site?
Through you, Mr. Chair. At this time, no. Our client, the people that they had been speaking with regards to utilizing this as like their facility, thinks that it's easier to have the mobile facilities, and then it kind of takes away the need to have to do any of the tying into the existing services at this time. That could change many years down the road, but it's proven to be really successful for some other wineries in the area and some other kind of farm-to-table venues. So it's something that we are definitely going to be trying.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Easton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm pleased to see that Ms. Kowalik is here this evening. A dream of Chester's for sure, and one that I'm happy to see is now coming forward to be formalized. You're correct. We certainly have seen other businesses that have started out on this model. Some are in Lincoln and others are just adjacent, and there's no question that they have been very successful. I just want to understand better. So the current kitchen will continue in the building where it is, and it will not deal with anything else except the current, as the current bakery. I guess that's what it is, the bakery? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if I want to have an event, what kind of an event are we talking about?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Right now, I guess we haven't really had a specific event. Like, it's not going to be just a wedding venue. It's going to be an opportunity to have any type of venue. If I could I turn it over to Laura if she would like to give a little bit more detail, the owner?
Sure, if that helps.
Mr. Chairman, my question, I see something in here about education. I remember having that conversation, so I would like,
Sure.
I would like more detail on
Please
that.
Yes.
come forward.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. Madam Mayor, pleasure to be able to speak to you and address the council members. I think it's really important that everybody understands why we really want to do this and sort of the history of the farm, which I really need to get into. My father, extremely talented, extremely passionate about what he does. He is a gifted farmer. He is a treasure to the town of Lincoln, as are many farmers. And I'm actually excited that we were talking about tourism and history and things. The town of Lincoln used to be known as the tender fruit capital of North America, which is still the direction that I want to see it going in, which I feel like it's falling by the wayside. My father and I have been working vehemently and passionately to make sure that the farmer, that agriculture, that the reason that we're all here is not forgotten. The land that we farm on, it used to be underwater. It used to be part of Lake Ontario centuries ago. Because the water eroded back to the escarpment, we have this gorgeous sandy loam that we are able to grow tender fruit on, i.e. peaches and cherries and all these things that you cannot get anywhere else in Canada except for maybe the Okanagan and out east. And I know this. This land is so precious. We have got to save the farmer. We have got to save agriculture. So, moving forward to the story. My father, talented, gifted, used to be a builder. At age 40, he just fell in love with farming because his father was a farmer. So he said, I'm going to be a farmer. Thank goodness, because I respect him and his talent. When we first started farming on the land that we're on, we were growing sour cherries. We were growing them for the processors. We were getting a very good price for them. And then when free trade came in the 80s, the price started dropping. And Dad is very good at observing what's going on in the economic climate. We will never be victims. He says we have to make changes, and he's happy to do that. He's a very resilient and adaptable man. So we did. We took out the sour cherries, thank goodness, and then we started to focus on wholesale peaches, a little bit of retail. But what happened is the price started to drop. We were getting 33 cents a pound for sour cherries for processing. The price, we were out of it, had dropped to about 18 cents a pound. We were out. It eventually dropped to 5 cents a pound. And then the provincial government stepped in and said, well, wait a minute, you farmers aren't getting enough for your cherries. We'll help you out. We're going to give you a little bit of a help there. And they chipped in 1 cent a pound. Great, so 6 cents. We were out of it by then. And this is, I am getting to the point of my story, I promise. So thank goodness we're out of that. We are now focused on moving forward into wholesale peaches. We had a wonderful relationship with the chain stores. And I remember, 8 years old, I remember delivering with my father to the Ontario Food Terminal. And it was all about partnerships and relationships, and most importantly, respect for the work that my father and his fellow farmers did. So we had a good relationship with the chain stores. We used to deliver to them personally, and then they got this centralized warehouse system, and things changed. And it wasn't about quality anymore. And you have to remember, you cannot grow these peaches anywhere else in Canada except 2 other places. This is it. This is Lincoln, right? So we've got the perfect soil. We've got the perfect climate conditions. We're buffered by Lake Ontario and the escarpment. It's perfect. The peaches don't freeze unless we have an exceptionally cold winter. And talented farmers, you need those 3 things to grow tender fruit. And we've got it all here. So when the chain stores decided that they were going to streamline the system, and really it didn't matter much about quality, it's just get them to the stores, they told us they wanted us to wax our peaches, pick them green, because it just has to get on the shelves. And that's when I started to have issue with things. And I would see my parents, we did actually convert. We started to pick peaches the way the chain stores wanted them, because they were our biggest buyer. And, you know, we needed to keep the farm going, but I was adamant that when we were running the retail store, which was my job, I didn't want those peaches. Dad, you pick the ones that I want for my customers coming to the retail store. And so what had happened was we were selling wholesale and retail, and I was seeing the amount of stress that my parents were under trying to please these people that wanted their peaches picked, green, and waxed. And then we get this letter from our marketing board saying that the chain stores are crying because they're not making enough money off Ontario peaches. So to add insult to injury, we by law had to sell them at a certain price through our marketing board, but a chain store, because they're third party, could turn around and sell it lower than what they paid for it, just so they could put it on their flyer, just so you could get into the store, just so you could spend all their money on the groceries, but you're losing money on peaches.
Ms. Kowalik,
Yes.
if I may.
Yes, but this is important. So
I-
really
I
why we're doing
realize
this, I'm
that.
telling you, because I don't want to pick our peaches green and wax them.
Okay.
So it is
We ha-
not
we have-
enough, but
if I may,
yes.
If I may?
Yes,
We have a very, very full agenda tonight.
Okay,
So
and I appreciate
I would
that.
ask for your appreciation of the rest of the folks that are
Okay.
here to get to the question that was asked.
right,
which-
about the
which
education
was-
history, right, so.
No, it wasn't. It was, what are you going to do in this
Yes.
facility?
Yes, okay.
Please.
Is educate people, so since it's not enough just to sell fruit retail, we need, because we cut off wholesale, we need another revenue stream. So when we have these weddings, when we have these corporate events, I am going to incorporate the farm, the peaches, and make it part of the event. So it's going to be mandatory. Wedding favors are going to be baskets of peaches. The chefs are going to have to incorporate the peaches into their menu. You've already seen the banners that I've done that celebrate the history of Vineland, that we used to have a train station that used to ship peaches to Toronto. We used to have canning facilities that used to ship peaches to our soldiers overseas in the First World War. From Vineland, from here. This is so exciting. I don't want to lose this. I don't want people to forget about peaches, about tender fruit. So, yeah, I'm going to make sure that this is, all these newcomers that, I didn't know we had a train station that shipped peaches. We don't have a train station in Vineland anymore. Oh, I didn't know we used to feed, peaches to the soldier. People don't even know that
So,
there's
Ms.
200.
Kowalik,
Yes,
if I
of
may.
course, yes.
I mean, so the
Yeah.
answer is weddings, correct?
Weddings, corporate events, anywhere that we can educate people and have them rent the
Fabulous,
building because they
fabulous.
want the experience.
And I'm
Yes,
sorry for cutting you short because,
Yes.
You are, part of the history of this town.
course.
But, we do need to keep moving along with the agenda.
of course. And
Thank
I
you.
absolutely appreciate that. I appreciate that you indulged me to say part of the story, but the bottom line is I don't want to pick our peaches green and wax them.
Good.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Does
Thank
that
you.
answer your question?
Yes, and you are very patient, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. This is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mikulik. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may ask a question,
sure.
if I may ask a question, she stepped down. My understanding is that this is going to incorporate peaches. What's a typical peach shelf life?
Just a few days, up to a week, if it's stored properly. They are extremely perishable.
So you're saying that these events that you're going to have is going to incorporate peaches every time?
You have to.
That being said, I don't know, how many events do you plan on having in a year? Will it be year-round, or will it be a month? Like,
So
how-
peach season is 8 weeks. So when I talk about incorporating them, my father has it planned beautifully. We don't just pick peaches once and store them for 8 weeks. We have many varieties. So when one variety's finished, the next variety is ready. So he has it planned that we have a constant supply of fresh peaches for 8 weeks. So if you're booking an event basically from the end of July to almost the end of September, you can have fresh peaches for dessert, or the chefs can whip up something, peaches and pork, or, sort of duck and peach, whatever they would do. But the guests can still take home fresh peaches. They can take them home in jars. There's opportunities, yes. Did I answer?
This is going to be a seasonal?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
That's all.
yes.
Very good. Thank you, Counselor. And thank you both for the presentation. So at this time, are there any other persons present this evening to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by Chester and Phyllis Kowalik? Please approach the podium and come forward, state your name and address, and spell your surname for the record. I am calling for a second time for anyone to approach council and speak to the public meeting item. I'm calling for the third and final time for anyone to come forward and speak to the public meeting item. As there are no more speakers, I declare this public hearing to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by Chester and Phyllis Kowalik closed. Are there any further questions from council? Councilor Brunei.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Just very quickly, so the presenter from Quartech made it perfectly clear that, at least my understanding from her comment was that at the June 4th open house, there was no comments or objections received at that open house. Through you, Mr. Chair, if we could just go to a representative from our planning department. I just want to make sure that over the last week, there has been no comments or objections come in over the last week. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. Haven't received any written submissions, and when we were at the open house, there was no attendees that came in at all.
Thank you. So I have a motion that council receive zoning bylaw amendment application PLZ BA 201-90043 in the name of Chester and Phyllis Kowalik for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. We will require a mover. Councilor Pachariva, all in favor? None opposed. That motion is carried. And I am going to ask for a 5-minute recess. I apologize, but I'm going to need a 5-minute recess, and we'll carry on from there in 5 minutes. Thank you. Huh? Can I ask everybody to take their seats, please? Yeah.
So I have to declare for this, so when we do this, we're gonna do the report for that at the same time? Like here, we did Cortex report and the public meeting at the same time.
I don't think we're doing the report at the same time.
Okay, I'll just.
Yeah, we're going to go into the reports later.
Okay, so we're just gonna do the public meeting, then we'll go to.
Yeah, we go into the reports later on.
All right, okay.
Okay, do we have quorum? All right. Our second public hearing is for the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application by 534754 Holdings Limited. At this time, are there any persons present this evening to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by 534754 Holdings Limited? Please approach the podium and come forward, state your name and address, and spell your surname for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tom Richardson, R-I-C-H-A-R-D-S-O-N. I am senior counsel in the law firm of Sullivan Manny at 40 Queen Street in St. Catharines. I appear this evening on behalf of 534754 Holdings Limited with respect to property located at 3930 9th Street, located between 4th Avenue and the CNR rail line lying to the north. This horticultural operation was formerly owned for many years by the Houtby family and operated as Penglad Farms. Mr. and Mrs. Houtby have retired and sold to the farm to the present owner, who continues the same operation. I have acted for the Houtbys for, well, at least since 2005, for the reasons you'll hear in just a moment. The application before you this evening seeks a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a zero exterior side yard setback along 9th Street to recognize the existing greenhouses which were inadvertently constructed by Penglad almost 20 years ago. If you have the staff report before you, you will see an overview showing the location of the entire operation. I have appeared before the Lincoln Council on a number of occasions since 2005. Our remedy, once the error was discovered, and I have to say to you that the greenhouses are located approximately 15 meters from the traveled portion of 9th Street, and I think that's the setback distance is 15 meters, and I think that's where the error occurred. At any rate, when the error was discovered, I made an application on behalf of the Houtbys seeking a temporary zoning bylaw amendment, which under the Planning Act is good for a period of 3 years. Well, I have been back, as your staff report will indicate, every 3 years since then, and each time council has granted the relief sought, that is, another temporary zoning bylaw for a period of 3 more years. Now, my partner Patrick Maloney appeared before council in March of 2018 on the last application for a temporary zoning bylaw, and comments were made by some members of the council which led him and planning staff to think that council might be inclined to make the setback permanent rather than continuing the seeking temporary relief every 3 years. The greenhouses are serviced by hydro and gas and have been well maintained. Our client now believes that they have many more years of functionality to them. As can be seen from the aerial photograph on page 2 of the staff report, The greenhouses in question represent a substantial portion of this large operation. The current temporary use bylaw will expire in 2021, and should council not approve this application, we will be back in 2021 seeking a further temporary use bylaw. The location of the greenhouses offers no obstruction to 9th Street. While the property, as you'll see in the staff report, the property has frontage on 4th Avenue as well as the side yard on 9th Street, but it's not a corner lot. As shown in the photo, the corner is occupied by a series of, I think it's 2 homes and a commercial property with my chiropractor. Consequently, the greenhouses do not offer any obstruction at the corner of 9th and 4th. In the history of the existing greenhouses, we are not aware of any concerns raised by the public or by staff. There has been an open house. I understand there were no concerns raised, and I understand further that there's been no agency comment, including from your own staff, offering an objection. So on behalf of our client, we are requesting approval of a zoning bylaw amendment to allow an exterior side yard setback of 0 meters from the easterly property line that abuts 9th Street for the existing greenhouses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson, and don't go too far away. I would ask that you take your seat, because I'm going to ask for other speakers, and then we'll open it up for questions from the council. Okay? Thank you. So I'm calling for a second time for anyone to approach council and speak to this public meeting item. Calling for a third and final time for anyone to come forward and speak to the public meeting item. As there are no more speakers, I declare this public hearing to address the zoning bylaw amendment application by 534754 Holdings Limited closed. Are there any questions from council? Councilor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenter or to staff. In a meeting in February 12th, 2018, it was stated that these were temporary, not typical hoop house type buildings. By passing this, are we allowing for the possibility of a more permanent structure, like that, i.e. glass, and requiring a building permit? And if so, would that building permit be grandfathered or issued?
Do we have a staff response?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that would be a possibility. However, it's our understanding at the moment that the greenhouses are just to remain as they are right now. I'm not aware of any plans to change the type of structure there, but that would be correct. There would be a 0 meter setback applied to a greenhouse at that location as well.
Because what I'm reading here is that the owners will seek something more permanent once the buildings are no longer maintainable.
I think that intention was to look at other alternatives. I underlined in my presentation the word existing. I understand that there may be an issue if the hoop houses go and something else needs to be built. So what we're looking for is an amendment which would allow the existing structures to remain there. And they're a hoop house form, but they become a lot more permanent than we realized when we started that exercise in 2005.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to the presenter, so there's no intention of, once we pass this to be permanent, of building a permanent structure, more of a glass type thing?
It was to allow the existing structures to remain.
Okay.
We'd have to come back, in my opinion, we'd have to come back and seek other relief if they were attempting to put anything else up.
Mr. Bruder, do you have a comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to add, since now that we're aware of that, now that's been confirmed, we can also word the bylaw in that way as well, moving forward.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good question. Councilor Reimer. Oh, the mayor's jumped. I'm going to put Councilor Reimer on now.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you, Mr. Richardson, for your presentation. Question actually for staff. How does this application coincide, or how does it affected by our temporary bylaw for cannabis grow up, the moratorium we have? How is it, just some insight on how those two would be related, or? information on that?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. So currently, I've had no insight or not been led to believe in any way that there's going to be any cannabis grown in those greenhouses. If there were, and we were to find out about it, then our interim control bylaw would apply, and we would look to address that situation in terms of ceasing that growing operation, and then if that didn't work through compliance, through education, then we would look at enforcement options after that.
And thank you. And more to, Mark, to the setback. So if the setbacks are now 0, and then it's more to that, I guess.
Yeah, just to add then, Mr. Chair, yeah, that would be correct as well. Once the new zoning provisions, whatever they may be, are applied, then yeah, they would be, likely too close to permit that type of growth.
Thank you.
Now, Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question was also related to cannabis, and I didn't want to get into a discussion about a farmer's choice of crops. And I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Bruder, is the applicant, since there's no penalty to when the applicant brings the application forward, are they better to wait until the interim control bylaw has been arrested, or do we do this now? It's not really going to change anything as far as I can determine.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so presently, this application came forward just to address the existing location of those hoop houses. So like I said before, there hasn't been any indication that the intention, either now or in the future, is to grow cannabis. If that was the case, then it might be wise to wait and see what comes out of the zoning review. But like I said, at this time, this is just more to address the existing situation of the hoop houses.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, just once again, this 15 meters back from 9th Street, I mean, these hoop houses have been here for a long time. It seems like a very, it just seems a little bit moot at this point to start having a discussion about their closeness to the road. I think I'm going by the Dutch rule that if it's wider than the back end of a sheep, it's probably a good setback. I mean, that's what their standard is, seems to work quite well. So, well, we'll have to wait and see. I think you're Mr. Chairman, if I'm reading this correctly, the client may be advised to just look at all of the elements of this, including what might happen depending on what their thoughts are in terms of their future crops.
I have no advice that they're intending to change the crops, but I have to say, we didn't ask. The operation we're familiar with is gladiolas. I can, in the interim, while staff are doing the report, make that inquiry and respond back to staff.
I think we're covered as far as cannabis goes with the interim control bylaw, because I think they're going to be held for the next year. And then beyond that, like Mr. Bruder said, the setbacks probably wouldn't qualify that are coming forward. So I want to thank you, Mr. Richardson, for coming and speaking to us tonight. Thank you. Oh, we do have one, Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, through you, Chair McPherson. To Mr. Richardson, just my curiosity. So there's a temporary bylaw in place until 2021, correct? Yes. So why the need to ask for the permanency now rather than wait until 2021, and at that time ask for it?
It was raised. We thought we'd address it now rather than waiting.
Okay.
Because the alternative, of course, is council can turn down the temporary use bylaw as well. So we thought we would take it forward and see what the circumstances are. Because my client's got to make decisions as well, depending on the decision of the council.
Mm-hmm.
In addition, I also did receive a phone call from a neighbor, Mrs. Backus, that I believe lives across the street. I think, Mr. Bruder, you might have received the same phone call. She mentioned that she had called you, and she is in full support. So, Thank you again. So there being no further discussion, we have a motion that council receive zoning bylaw amendment application PLZ BA 201-90038 in the name of 534754 Holdings Limited for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. We will require a mover, Councillor Brunet. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Our third public hearing is for the purpose of the road closing application by Herbert Blum and Cheryl Briere. We have one delegation registered this evening. With respect to this public hearing, please note that each delegation may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Tom Richardson from Sullivan Mahoney LLP, speaking to PD-43-19 road closing application by Herbert Blum and Cheryl Briere. You're back.
Thank you, sir. As you've just indicated, I appear this evening on behalf of Mr. Herbert Blum and Ms. Cheryl Briere, who are the owners of property located at 5482 Blizzard Drive in the town of Lincoln. We both met Mr. Blizzard this evening. He was here earlier. I'm not sure if he stayed. They are the applicants in this matter, which is the subject of the public meeting this evening. Ms. Briere is present in the gallery if there should be any questions that I can't respond to. We have provided a small exhibit book, which I prefer rather than PowerPoint, quite frankly, because you can turn back and forth. You're not captive to my pushing the button here as to what's on the screen. Tab 1 of my booklet contains a property index map from the registry office, and the shaded portion are the lands owned by Mr. Blum and Ms. Briere. Not labeled, but to the north, of course, is Lake Ontario. An examination of this plan will indicate that a portion of the road allowance we wish to address is on the west side, and it's labeled here as right-of-way. I think that means in the sense that it has been used as a roadway in the past. There is no registered easement or right-of-way on the property. We've examined this title carefully, and then you'll see following the indicated shoreline, faint lines for the roadway, and that curls around, and our application is to close the north-south piece on the left side or west side of the property, and the piece running parallel to the lake, which, as your staff report indicates, are shown as parts 2 and 4 on the reference plan. So at tab 2, I've included the reference plan. This is a survey of the entire subject property with the road allowance in question I've highlighted in yellow. That is the portion that we're asking you to close. As you will note from your staff report, and I will show you shortly in photographs, the town has in fact physically closed a good portion of this road in 2005 by erecting concrete New Jersey barriers at either end. Now, as we'll see in the pictures in a moment, one barrier is located in the lower left-hand corner at the start of the highlighting on the former road. So you can't go north on this portion of the road, and you haven't been able to for 14 years. The other barrier is located on the east-west portion running parallel to the lake, and I'll show you photographs of that in a minute. We're seeking closure of the road allowance to the extent of the yellow because that portion of the road is all owned by our clients. The town does not own the road. It was a given road, and so the town, I suppose, has a right to the pavement which it's maintained over the years, but the actual title in the Land Registry Office shows that this is owned by our clients. And so in the staff report that you have this evening, it indicates should you determine to stop up and close the road, there is no need for a deed because in fact it's already in the name of my clients. It would simply be a matter of my clients then removing what's left of the pavement there, and quite frankly they wish to return it to agriculture. Now, it will require a turning circle or turning area in the lower left corner that I mentioned a moment ago, and it will require one somewhere towards the termination at the northeast. That's a matter of some question. I expect you to hear from a neighbor today who will be concerned about where that second turning circle will be located. And my proposal to you will be that that should be the matter of some further resolution between the town and my clients and the neighbor. I don't think there's any objection to what's being asked here tonight, that it's to be closed. The question is where the turning circle should be placed. And so that can be negotiated, I think not here in front of you this evening. Just as a matter of interest, if you go to the right-hand end of my yellow highlighting, that's the end of the total ownership by my clients. From there on, you'll see a much thinner strip that runs along towards the east, curls along. That's half the road, which is owned by my clients. The other half of the road is owned by the neighbor. And so we've not ventured onto the piece which is owned by two different people. We're dealing only with the piece that's totally in our client's title, if that makes sense to you. Now, we've taken some photographs. So at tab 3, we've first provided an aerial photograph and shown two things. I've put it in loose as well as fastened so that you can take the loose one out and hold it against the photographs that I'll show you in just a moment. But if you look at it first, you will see there are 3 gold-colored boxes with arrows. Again, going to the lower left-hand corner, we're suggesting a turnaround location on the west side. On the east side, there are 2 possible locations that our clients have proposed. But again, we believe that requires some further discussion with the neighbor and with the town as to just where that might be located.
So,
Now,
Mr. Richardson, so we have arrived at the 5-minute mark, and I see you've got a fair bit more in your binder here.
the
So-
balance, I can say very quickly, sir, if you'll indulge me this. This photograph shows in numbers with arrows the photographs themselves, which are in tab number 4. So it shows the circumstances which I've been trying to describe, including the 2 concrete barriers that the town installed many years ago. So I will simply say this. The road is very close to falling into the lake in certain locations, shown in the photographs. We're advised by a shoreline engineer that in order to put in shoreline protection across this property will cost more than $1 million. It will require a grading back of the bank to provide a slope to the shoreline protection, which in fact would take out all of the road in any event. You can't put in shoreline protection and protect the road in its current location in any event. And I think staff recognized that in 2005 when the barricades were put in. So my respectful request, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, is that you approve the road closing for Blizzard Drive as requested, as shown in my booklet, subject to a determination of an appropriate turning circle on the east end. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you. And again, I will, we may call you back, so thank you again. I am calling for a second time for anyone to approach council and speak to the public meeting item. Come on right down. State your name and address and spell your surname for the record.
Good evening. My name is Philip Naderney, 5463 Blizzard Drive. I am the neighbor. So first off, I'm never late, and I got tonight's meeting, and it said I was to be here at 7 o'clock, and we started at 6. The next thing is that this is a little uncomfortable for me because I have new... Okay. I have a new neighbor, Cheryl and Hubert, and so that it's a little difficult for me as someone who was raised in the house that they have bought, and it was born there in 1954, and in 1982 I bought the house I'm at now. I operate 2 businesses there, a bed and breakfast, and we make some crafts in my barn. So that if I'm to object, I automatically have a new neighbor who won't like me. I'm thinking that there is potentially a solution to the trouble. But at this moment, there are cars that go by daily in the, I had wanted to look at Mr. Richardson who, and Cheryl, so that there are cars that go every day by. And there are tractors that go by every day. There are runners that go by every day. But to say that it's closed is not factually correct, as one of my neighbors beside me also laughed at the same time. To say that the road is effectively closed is not correct. So how can I say it? I think it's only my second time in my 65 years that I've been in front of town council. I do object, but raising the possibilities that we could find a solution. I do not, as operator of a bed and breakfast, want cars turning around in the front of my driveway. I was raised with driving through Blizzard Drive, and at one time they even wanted to call it Nadurneyville Drive, but Lenny Blizzard was there before my father, who arrived there in 1950. So this mic is out. You people are used to microphones, and I'm not, so forgive me. So I want to get along with my new neighbors. I want to find a solution with Cheryl and Hubert. I had such a great first introduction with Cheryl and Hubert because I like to go through the back of their farm with my dog at 4 o'clock often, and they were so kind to say, of course we're in the country, and I acknowledged their kindness that they expressed to me. I said, what a great way to begin a relationship as neighbors. But now we have this situation that I want to find a solution, but I see potential damage to me, my property, and my guests in the cottage if we're going to have a turnaround where this ends. So we have to find a solution that works with, we also, however, have one other thing, is that Mr. Richardson's firm had also represented my father and me, going back, I keep wanting to look at Tom, at Mr. Richardson, and at that time, when my father owned the property that Cheryl and Hubert have, my father disliked nothing more as cars going in front of his house. He vehemently wanted his privacy, and he was advised, I can remember it like yesterday, that it was a given road in the sense that the town has the right to it. And now we're hearing something different. So my father would have loved nothing more as to put more peach trees in there, but at that time, we were advised, my father was advised it was not possible. And now something else happens, perhaps because of the neglect of the town of not maintaining the given road, which if you look at 2005 and 2019 now, we have a black and white situation. I agree completely with Mr. Richardson that it's in a very fragile situation. I live right beside it on the lake. It's hazardous. But if it was addressed in 2005, that's not my fault. It should have been done, so let's take it back to where it was in 2005, and then it was completely safe at that time. So that's the town's fault, going back 14 years. I also, have some, when I spoke kindly with Mr. Brunet and Sandra, who took my calls and returned them immediately, I did ask the Lordship, do I need to lawyer up? And I asked out of curiosity, who is the firm representing you? And he said, Tom Richardson. And yet Tom at the same time, Mr. Richardson, at the same time is representing the client. I have some issue with that. How can he work for the town and at the same time working to find me that at 65 years old, I wanted to die in my house, and now I have this stress of a potential turnaround in front of my driveway. I find there's a conflict there, and I have some troubles.
No, just point of clarification, Tom Richardson is certainly not working for the town. No, that's not.
Well, I had asked the Lordship, should I come prepared in terms of lawyering up, and the Lordship replied that Tom Richardson was representing the town, and yet here we have him representing the client. Am I confused?
Yeah, I would say yes, that Mr. Richardson is not representing the town at all. He's representing the client.
I must have heard our phone call differently. I'm sorry. I apologize.
But I would like to say that, you know, that we have a unique situation here, for sure. And I'm maybe going to put it over to Ms. Dale if she's got a comment with regards to potentially working with both to come up with a reasonable solution.
I would like to get along very much
Sure.
with Cheryl and Hubert and look forward, and their introduction a month or two ago was lovely.
Okay.
The way that new neighbors should be, and that otherwise I would be adamant saying, you should keep the road open. That's your fault. Keep it open. Let everybody else enjoy it as well.
Okay. Ms. Dale, if you would please.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So, as indicated by the applicant's lawyer, they are willing to work with the town and the neighbors to come up with a solution for a possible turnaround. We also got some similar comments from the landowner to the west about access to their farm as well. So these types of things, I mean, tonight is a public meeting to get public input, but there is the opportunity, once we, you know, get all the public input, to meet with everybody and see if we can come up with some solutions before a recommendation report is prepared.
I'm not familiar with your procedures and so on, so that I'm tentatively opposed to the road closing.
Okay.
Tentatively. However, I would like very much to work with my new neighbors.
Good.
To find a potential turnaround, but not at the end of my driveway where my guests who are staying in a high-priced cottage by the lake have to see headlights turning, you know, in their window.
Agreed. And I think what we can do is coordinate a meeting that will facilitate that, so.
So can I face my neighbor and she'll still, you know, like me?
Well,
I need to maintain.
and you know what? You're doing it. You're doing that wonderfully. So yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good.
With the road, you know, closing, but I think we can work something out.
Yeah. All good. Thank you, Mr. Ned Herney. You're okay? We do have a question from Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ned Herney, when I met with you last week to look at your concerns and your possible solutions, and you've articulated tonight you don't really have an issue in principle with the road closure, it's the turnaround. When we met, you also, I believe, and I'd like you to articulate that this evening, in terms of, you know, currently, even though, as Mr. Richardson has explained, it is a given road. We don't own the road. We're responsible for maintaining, which means currently we do snowplow removal. So I believe when we met, that was a major concern of yours, and I wonder if you could speak to that.
Well, yes, of course. As I've given up farming, I no longer have access to my tractors and so on, so I still need to have my road plowed. I need the garbage. I need the services. And it works out just fine the way it is now. So any change to this, any change to the road as it is now, will have an impact on me.
Sure.
And that's where the solution comes. I would, first of all, like things, I'm an old timer, like things to stay the way they are. But we can't prevent change. Mm-hmm. But it has to be a positive change. And as I see it now, it's hugely detrimental to me, the value of my property, and the pleasure that if you go to TripAdvisor and read about Cottage by the Lake, you'll see that I have 70+ reviews, and everyone loves the serenity of where they are.
Fabulous. I do have another question from Councillor Miklik, and I think we'll be coming back to Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to either Mr. Richardson or Mr. Nardini. I can't see, I'm not sure on the map, where are people currently turning around? I'm sure there's a lot of looky-loos and, you know, tourists driving down that street wanting to see the lake and go for a Sunday drive. Is there any indication on this map where they're currently turning around? Because they're facing a dead end. Either.
If I were to take if you were to ask me as a resident who's there 24/7, I would say that 70% of the vehicles go straight through Mr. Richardson's blocked, the term he used, the barricades. Well, there was a term for it. They go right around it and through the farm. The other 30% go as far as the blocks and turn around in a small asphalt area there that's not properly indicated as a turnaround, and nothing's, I don't believe that there's anything more than I'm exaggerating, I'm a salesman, a 6 by 6 inch sign that says dead end ahead.
Okay, so.
Mr. Richardson, do you have a response that you want to share?
If you have my exhibit book and you turn to tab 4 and photograph 4A, I inserted this afternoon, so it's immediately adjacent to 4 on the location map. You will see in photograph 4A the New Jersey barrier that I mentioned, and the right-hand end is actually sticking out over the bank somewhat now as the bank is eroding. And you can see that what is happening, not a lot, but certainly on enough occasions, people are driving around the barricade, which means they're coming on to my client's lands to evade the barricade and going around. And if you were to turn to the staff report, you will see the same circumstance with the barricade at what I've called the west end as well. So there certainly are some people going around, and they're trespassing. What they're doing is on the westerly barricade, they're going around onto our neighbor's property, and this one they're coming around onto our property and going around. But the extent of the wear on the grass will tell you how many are doing that.
Are you good, Councillor Michalak?
Any residents live in that particular spot where they're currently turning around?
My clients own the home there and are
Please,
planning to move in.
please come forward and speak to the microphone so we can get it captured.
I'm sorry, you're speaking to me.
Yes, yes.
My clients are not currently living in the dwelling. The dwelling is occupied, but it is their intention to move in. The tenants are about to move out. And so this photo, again, in the foreground is the driveway into their home.
Oh, okay.
So the barricade itself is just to the west of the home.
And if I may, one more. Would the new proposed turnarounds negatively impact any residents in that area?
The only persons affected are Mr. Nadherney and my client.
Okay.
And that's why I proposed in my submission. that
And
there
we've
be some
established
discussion.
that.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And then one
Can I
more
ask one
question.
question?
So we
So
currently.
let me just, so this is a public meeting, and the public meeting is for input this way. We do have the counselors asking questions of you, so we're going to let the counselors ask the questions.
Currently, this is a town, it's town right-of-way, so the public, the people, the citizens of the town are allowed to currently walk that as a pedestrian? Is that correct, staff?
I would think if it's a given road, and Mr. Bruder or Ms. Dale, if it's a given road, it's no different than other given roads in town, that they're public roads.
So we would be giving that up? Through you.
Through you, Ms. Dale?
Okay, through you, Mr. Chairman. So in essence, this is a situation where the municipality owns the asphalt and the landowner owns all the property underneath. So right now, well, not right now, it hasn't been maintained, section of it for about 15 years. So I'm basically, yeah, if the municipality, I mean, if there's cars going down there, people could also walk in that location. So if this application is approved, basically what the like in this case, it isn't actually a closing and conveyance of land because the municipality doesn't own any land. It would be more an abandoning of any maintenance by the town.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
So I now have Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. First of all, Mr. Chairman, let me say that I must apologize to Mr. Ned Herney. I don't want him to be standing in front of his neighbors and others, feeling that I've given him contrary information. Actually, I didn't say that, but I believe I did say to you that if you have a difficult planning issue, you may wish to call Mr. Richardson. I had no idea that he was the client's lawyer. So it's not an advertisement for Sullivan Manny. It's just the reality that he deals with difficult planning issues. So that's my explanation. Mr. Chairman, I'm very interested in 5 and 6 if Mr. Richardson would come up. He's included them, so I'm trying to establish where these photos fit into all of this, because one of them looks like it has extensive shoreline protection on it. Am I correct?
Yes, that's not my client's lands. If I could ask you to turn to the loose page, which is, there's 2
Yes.
copies of it, that shows where the photographs are taken. And to take you to the photograph specifically that you're referring to, it will be photographs 5 and 6.
Yes.
That's looking to the land of the owners to the west. So that you'll see on page 5 at a sign up, property of LJM.
Yes.
That's Mr. Meehan's company, and number 6 is a closer view of the shoreline protection on his land.
Okay.
There is no shoreline protection now. If I could just make the point while I'm responding to the mayor, if you go back to tab number 2, and that's the reference plan, which shows the ownership of my client's lands, including the roadway. My client's lands extend to the north of the roadway to the lake. So, and it's that land which is being washed away now by the lake and is now threatening, and has for some while, the roadway. So there's no shoreline protection there. My clients have every intention of putting it in at a cost of about $1 million. That's what it would take to save it. And as I tried to say earlier, in doing so, it will require sloping, not unlike that which you saw in the photos next door, which means the road will disappear anyway because they have to cut the bank back sufficiently that what road is left would disappear in any event.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear, on this picture that you have the highlighted yellow, pictures 5 and 6 are on the west side of the long stretch, the first piece that was closed.
That's correct. They would,
Okay.
those photos would be taken in the very upper left-hand corner,
Right.
standing at the corner of the yellow, where the yellow piece runs north and then turns east.
Right.
They're looking to the west or to the left.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor Easton. Council Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would you please plug in again, please? Thank you. I'll turn. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Just a quick question for my own sake. So the entire, in section 2, the entire yellow area is what you're requesting to be closed off?
Yellow piece, yes, with the termination on the right-hand side to be determined. We've colored it up to the end of full ownership of the roadway by our clients. Beyond that, the ownership is shared between our clients and the adjoining owner, Mr. Ned Herney.
Okay. How is your client going to be getting to their property?
From the east, coming off of Mountain View Road, and down the roadway, which will continue to be open. And so I want to make clear that the roadway would remain open to approximately the end of the yellow coloration. So it's not as though the entire road is being closed. It's simply this section which runs through or is in our client's property because the east-west link to the north is threatened now. It's quite dangerous. People shouldn't be on there.
So it's not the entire yellow part you have highlighted that's going to be closed off?
It is the entire piece that's colored in yellow, yes. And no one is served by that. We can talk about the owner to the west in a moment. But the only person who's served by that are my clients, because that's the only home on that piece. Mr. Ned Herney and our clients will continue to be served by the piece coming in from the east from Mountain View Road.
yeah, I'm still, so, okay, they live here, correct?
That's correct.
And you're closing off this entire section.
The piece from the lower
Yep.
right-hand corner, straight up to the north, and across just past our client's home to somewhere on the curve, you'll see we've highlighted the proposed turnaround location. It would be close to there. And our clients propose that they will have a driveway. There's I'll call it a laneway in the orchard now that comes straight across to their home.
Okay.
Which will be utilized.
That's what I was looking for. Okay,
Okay.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Counselor. So I am calling, yes, thank you very much. So I do need to call for a third and final time for anyone else to come forward and speak to this public meeting item. Seeing no more speakers, I declare this public hearing to address the road closing application by Herbert Blum and Cheryl Briere closed. Are there any further questions from council? Seeing none, we have a motion that council receive the road closing application 2019-01 by Herbert Blum and Cheryl Briere for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. We will require a mover, Councillor Reimer. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion is carried. Our last public hearing is for the purpose of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application by Vineland Growers Cooperative. We have one delegation registered this evening. With respect to this public hearing, please note that each delegation may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. John Henricks from Niagara Planning Group, Inc., speaking to PD-44-19, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application by Vineland Growers Cooperative. Mr. Henricks?
Thank you, Chair.
It's all yours.
Members of the committee, again, my name is John Henricks. I'm the principal planner with Niagara Planning Group. Vineland Growers Cooperative retained us to assist them in the preparation and processing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for their applications at 4150 Jordan Road. Let's try that. Okay. Site context, the subject lands are approximately 4.4 acres, or if you prefer, 1.8 hectares, with frontage on Jordan Road and Chestnut Street in Jordan Station. The lands are designated in the town's official plan as industrial, and they're zoned prestige industrial. Vineland Growers plans to relocate their operations to another site in the town. A CN main line runs parallel to the south boundary of the subject lands. Other surrounding uses include residential to the north, west, and south, and commercial and agriculture to the east. The proposed official plan amendment would redesignate the subject lands, as noted earlier, from industrial to residential, and the proposed ZBA would be moving from prestige industrial to residential 2 site-specific and residential multiple 1 site-specific. The R2 zone being intended for single detached dwellings, and the RM1 intended for street townhouse dwellings. The concept up here, I'll come back to that and give a little bit of attention to some of the details that are intended to be reflected by this. This has been provided to show 40 units, 5 of which would be single detached and 35 would be street townhouse units. A 30-meter setback is required from the south property line as shown on the concept plan, and it's a buffer required between new homes and the CN rail. That's reflected in the concept above. The noise and vibration study concludes that an acoustic barrier comprised of a safety berm with acoustic wall on top of that berm is required to mitigate noise. The total height of the acoustic barrier and berm is to be 5.5 meters. It's fairly standard. A cross-section prepared by Adesso Design provides that conceptual image of the acoustic barrier, again reflecting the berm and noise wall. In addition to that, central air conditioning, upgraded window construction, and brick or masonry exterior wall construction is recommended to mitigate noise. Traffic and servicing, the traffic impact brief concludes that no improvements are required at the intersection of Chestnut Street and Jordan Road. An auxiliary left turn lane is also not required during peak hours. And further, the relocation of the Vineland Growers Cooperative will substantively reduce truck traffic on Chestnut Street. It goes without saying, but we want to say it. The functional servicing report concludes that the site is fully serviceable using existing storm sewers, sanitary sewers, and water main along Chestnut Street. We acknowledge that there's some work that needs to be done downstream, I believe for the storm sewer outfall, as well as there's some regional work that needs to be done more broadly for Jordan Station. I should note, so in conclusion, I'm going to go, before I go there, I'm just going to back up. I don't have the book that Mr. Richardson uses, so I'll rely on the PowerPoint and hope you can bear with me. We should note that we did hear concerns at the public open house, most of which we can address with staff during the site plan review stage, and certainly in accordance with town policy. Our clients are not builders, but in advising them, in our advice to them on appropriate zoning regulations to request, we certainly took into account the town's urban design policies, which are reflected in this application. Staff can advise you further in that regard, if you'd like. We do have some images that are intended to reflect the nature of what could be built on this site, with a focus on moving the livable portions of the dwellings ahead of the garages. However, we're not intending to limit housing options to the images presented. Now, before we go to there's one image in particular that we wanted to show you on the screen. Before I go there, I want to emphasize that what is being reflected in that building envelope is the potential location for buildings. That doesn't mean the buildings have to fill out that envelope in its entirety. We are trying to allow for strong urban design with building articulation, and the point of moving the houses forward on the lots is to demonstrate, or is to pull the garages basically back. Now, they're actually not being pulled back. They're set at 6 meters, but you don't want the house and the garage to be flat, or you don't want the garage to protrude. So the intent is to actually have the livable part of the house moving forward. So do we have that other slide? Just, okay. If not, oh, yeah, that's it. Better you than me. Pardon me? Yeah, yeah, we can, that's fine. I'll summarize what There we go. Okay. Now, again, Chair, we're not intending to say this is what's going to be developed. What we're trying to do is show you what can be developed inside the building footprints that we're proposing. This is actually from a project elsewhere in Niagara. It's Fontale specifically. It's another client. The design is contemporary, obviously. We're not bound by that in any way. We can work with staff on other urban design options. But what we are trying to do is demonstrate that you can tastefully and design townhouse dwellings within the footprint that's been shown. And we're trying to demonstrate, certainly for the public as well, that this is the sort of thing that can be done within the site as proposed. I would also add that we may have to work with staff on some specific concern or specific setbacks. The intent is not to have anything closer than 3 meters. So we may want to talk to staff about limiting the, sometimes there are exceptions that are allowed into the permitted encroachments into the front yard setback. We're not intending to have anything closer than the 3 meters that we're showing. So subject to any specific questions later, I've tried to address at least some of the concerns we're anticipating. And just in summary then, the proposed, it's on the last slide, but we're not going to try and call it back. That's fine. The proposed development represents good land use planning. It's consistent with the policies of the PPS. It conforms with the policies of the growth plan, Niagara Regional Official Plan, and the general intent of the Town of Lincoln Official Plan. Further, the proposed development makes efficient use of land and services in the built-up area of the town, provides an opportunity for residential intensification and infill development, is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and is in the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Is there any questions from council? Councilor Brunet.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Not necessarily to Mr. Hendricks, but through you, Mr. Chair, maybe to our planning staff. So I just would like maybe a bit of a clarification, and I don't want to get too far down the road, but I was under the understanding that through the development on Red Maple with, I believe, Phelps, there was going to be Bridgeport pumping station upgrades. So I just wondering through you, Mr. Chair, maybe to either Kathleen or Matt, you know, how those upgrades would be distributed moving forward in terms of the region, the town, the developer, et cetera.
Mr. Bruder?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. So that is correct. There is some improvements to the sanitary system that needs to be undertaken by the region prior to construction of both this and the Phelps development. However, I would also note that there are issues with respect to the sanitary system as it is now, even without those developments that would still need to be addressed as well. Specifically, and we've heard this before, there is a condition now in the area where the sumps are discharging into the sanitary line. We have a lot of that water, that storm water, getting into the sanitary line, causing capacity issues. So, as you know, there are other programs being undertaken by the town to address that. But also, the region is undertaking a design now of upsizing of the Bridgeport pumping station, not only to address that, but also to take into account the capacity requirements of these developments as well.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I'm well aware of the purpose of this report, and thank you very much, Mr. Hendricks, for making your presentation. I'm very pleased that this approach is being undertaken by Vineland growers because of the opportunity that we have to plan what's happening in Jordan Station, not just with one piece of land, but this piece of land and possibly others that are available for to be undertaken, which we don't know about right now. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions about your presentation, Mr. Hendricks, but I must ask this now because I worry continually about things getting too far down the road and the community not being able to be engaged as much as I think some of us would like them to be. So my question is to Mr. Bruder. On page 40, when you talk about, you've made that great list of development in the town will be based on the following design principles. So if I look at those design principles, and I don't disagree with any of them, and I believe that there will be some very creative work done here, how do we then take those principles while we're having this discussion, and so we're not piecemealing this, how do we tie this into Phelps, and how do we tie this in to any future discussion about things like appropriately maintained sidewalks and new street lighting and improved roads and the infrastructure that you're talking about? Because I don't see us walking away from this community until we know and have made decisions about a fulsome investment in Jordan Station so that it truly is a complete community. Otherwise, we really are piecemealing, and I think it would be a shame because if I read the report and from what you've said and from talking with Mr. Ecker, the intent is to leave this corner much better off than it is right now. But I'm looking at the whole community, and I'm sure that many other people are as well. So to Mr. Bruder, through you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Kirkopoulos, whoever's the most appropriate, I'd like to know more about that perspective.
Mr. Bruder?
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, definitely a good question. I mean, in terms of looking at these developments, we definitely apply the design guidelines that you're seeing there when we go forward in the more detailed design stages as well in the site plan processes. Both of these will have to go through those subsequently. When we go through these site plan processes, there's a lot of collaboration obviously between town staff departments. The region as well gets involved. They have some design policies of their own, and even some complete streets and complete communities guidelines and parameters that we look to follow as well. So there are a bunch of initiatives that we take, and we undertake those collectively and we try to maintain a consistent approach, especially here when we've got two different developments within the same, or close to the same community.
Okay, that sounds great, and I'd like to know, Mr. Chairman, through you, then how, other than public meetings, and unless citizens have complaints, how do we, in a more friendly and more accommodating fashion, ensure that they are able to have input throughout the process? Through you to Mr. Bruder or Mr.
Bruder?
Krikopoulos.
I'm sorry, the question was, how do we make sure that public input is properly considered in these processes?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know there won't be any issue if it's a public meeting. If it's the Planning Act, we know how to follow that to the letter. I'm talking about something a little bit more engaging at a public level, that's, you know, where people can come forward and have a discussion about how things are progressing without having to have a complaint. It's not very, I don't find that it's a very accommodating process. And we're talking about infill now, and infill is always difficult. So what are we going to do differently in the future beyond just follow the rules of the Planning Act?
Mr. Bruder?
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. Definitely a good question. I mean, typically, that is often how we, you know, how these things progress. We have our public meetings at this particular stage when we're setting out kind of the more feasibility, preliminary design aspects of it. As we move into detailed design, typically when it gets into the site plan approval stage, that is a lot of the time where we get into some very technical toing and froing between staff and between the applicants. So, I mean, at that particular time, there's not normally an opportunity for input because it's getting more into the nitty-gritty of the developments. However, that is certainly something, you know, we can look at as we move forward. I do understand your point about infilling nature, and there's a lot of that happening. So that's definitely something that we can discuss. But our goal is to try to consider public input that we receive at this stage as best we can moving forward, and then it gets reflected as well in the subsequent stages.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, could I ask Mr. Krikopoulos to comment in light of recent discussions that we've had on what the horizon for Lincoln will look like and the strategic directions going forward, which also...
I've lost your mic, so let me put your, yep, okay, you're back on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to hear what Mr. Krikopoulos has to say in light of the recent discussions that we've had about what our values are in the community, how we go forward in engaging the community, the strategic directions around community development. I'd like to understand better. I think this is an excellent, excellent example of how many of those principles can be implemented, but we don't really seem to have a natural progression to this, and I'm going to hammer on it a little bit because I do want to see change. Thank you.
Mr. Krikopoulos.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think what the mayor's probably referencing and something that we've heard about through that visioning exercise is, I think what we characterized as more of a transformative approach where we're being proactive versus reactive, and that reactive piece comes just typically with the nature of any sort of development. We get an application, we get an expression of interest, and then we go to work doing all those various elements. We did take or undertook a transformative approach when we looked at Ontario Street and that visioning exercise that was presented some time ago. I think one of the things we need to do moving forward with that is now go to the community, establish the vision that the community has, and integrate that with the approach and with the planning documents that we have. I think it's a similar exercise we need to do for Vineland, and this council's discussed that and expressed their interest in doing that, and then likely moving to Jordan Station and the various other elements of our community where we can start more of a transformative planning exercise that that seeks to be proactive, as I said earlier, versus reactive. Now, there's obviously opportunities that we can do that in a piecemeal fashion, I think, like we've highlighted tonight, where we're going to get applications and we are going to have to be reactive. But I think going out to the community, ensuring we're having a conversation with them as much as we can about these transformative works that we're looking to do is probably the approach that I would recommend, and that I think staff are going to come back with early in the fall, hopefully, in terms of a work plan.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite satisfied yet because I don't hear what's going to happen specifically with this application. I mean, we're dealing with a very mature group that Mr. Hendricks leads, and so we can expect great things from them. But when the developer comes on site, when someone actually comes and purchases this property, will they understand that we're looking at a more transformative approach here, or will it be more of the same?
Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think, to the mayor's question or the mayor's point about how this particular development integrates with what's going on in the outlying areas, I think one of the things we are having conversations on, and if I take, for instance, the requirement or the need for green space in Jordan Station as one of the issues that we've highlighted, those are ongoing conversations that we're having with Mr. Ecker and his group, as well as the Phelps group that are here, and I see them there. And so we are having those sorts of conversations already. A lot of this will be a negotiation because of availability of land and so forth, but those are things that we are looking at. So I think it's very clear that whenever this application does go forward and there is a new buyer, that a lot of those parameters will be incorporated into the various conditions, and I think, what we're saying here this evening. But I do see.
Mr. Hendricks has a comment.
And I trust this is going to be helpful, and it's tough to, on the fly, seek client direction on this. So what I'm going to suggest is that part of the dialogue to address the mayor's concerns could include the notion of because I understand exactly the concern. As a professional planner, I've had this concern now dating back to the 90s, frankly. How do we get from where we are to what I'm saying might be possible to actually delivering on that? And I think that's a concern of our clients. So with knowing that that's a concern of our clients, but knowing that they're not familiar with the land development and zoning process, I'm going to put something out as a suggestion. You haven't heard from the public yet either. That might be helpful, and that is some form of holding symbol that would be attached to the zoning, and that would assure that there's something coming back to council that you would see post-site plan, so that the urban design principles that you've already established well in policy. You've got policies, not guidelines. You've got policies in your official plan that are very helpful, and we've certainly been dependent on those. I don't, on the other hand, want to be telling staff how to do their job for council. So I'm trying to find that middle ground to say, maybe there's an opportunity here for some further dialogue to get you where you want to be without hurting our clients' interests, and because they are not builders. And that might give you a greater sense of security in terms of what could be coming forward later, so that the intent is delivered in the end. Because I know what their intent is, I know what our intent is, but who buys the land and delivers is going to be someone else, very likely. And I'm saying that without, I'm sure, surprising anyone. But that said, again, I'm in an awkward position here because I haven't really talked to the client. The holding symbol is fairly simple, as I'm sure you know, but it just gives you that extra check later. So it's an option that I think I got to put out there for everybody, in everyone's interests.
I appreciate that, and if I'm hearing the mayor clearly, we're looking at the Jordan Station as a whole, not your particular development, not the Phelps development individually. It's the entire picture, and how are we providing for complete streets and connected communities and all of those things. So this is a broader discussion than just this particular development. But am I okay in that?
Yes, you're absolutely 100%. And I'm very much in favor of what's happening here. I think that the community, if we do this correctly, and we pay attention to the details, Mr. Chairman, and for once, look at the whole. We're always talking about theories, but we never do it. We don't really have processes in place. So this is an opportunity for us to do something very special in an area that isn't very large and really needs to have some tender loving care in terms of what goes on there. So if people are willing to come forward and participate, there will be a transformative process. And so I hope that the new buyers understand that this is not a cut and run situation. They're going to have to come in and engage. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Chairman.
Mayor. I have Councillor Mikulik.
Chair McPherson, through you to the presenter. Just, Mayor touched on it a little bit. Is there provisions for sidewalks on this possible development? Like, I'm counting approximately 26 existing residences. We're proposing 40 new ones. I'm just concerned by this initial drawing that we have 3 meters or less than 3 meters frontage to the front window of a building or a house. Is there a way to incorporate, given the fact that there's going to be more than double amount of housing?
Mr. Hendricks?
Through you, Chair, absolutely. I think one of the things we want to keep in mind is that that 3-meter setback is from the right-of-way, not from the asphalt. I think that's often lost in translation. So your right-of-way, your municipal right-of-way should be, and I'm assuming it would, make provision for a sidewalk. Certainly, I stand to be corrected. I don't believe there is one across the property at the moment. I don't recall seeing one. So adding one inside the municipal right-of-way, we wouldn't be shocked by that. It's all going to be storm sewers and sanitary mains, so an urban cross-section would be something we'd be expecting. I think we're diving into some details, but certainly the points noted, we heard that as well from the public. So I want to just also address the notion of 3 meters right on top of the road. We're not. I wouldn't, and again, this is where I wouldn't want to see anything closer than 3 meters, but allowing for the livable portion to get that close just allows for greater articulation in the building. It's the sort of thing that we're trying to move towards with urban design principles in general. We're trying to ensure that the garages are not dominating the streetscape anymore, and particularly paying attention to design when we're looking at higher densities, the townhouse density. These are technically still low-density housing, but in the context in which we're going, we understand people are going to perceive it as high, but it's actually still developed at a low density. We're not pushing people out into the street, but certainly I take your point. We want to guide the public away from the fronts of the houses.
And, if I may, Chair.
Sure.
McPherson, one more question. So we're going from prestige industrial with this piece of property. Has there been any consideration, given the fact that there's frontage on Jordan Road, currently a bit of retail, has there been any consideration to possibly having a portion of that land designated commercial in any way, given the fact that we don't really have a lot of commercial space or opportunity in Jordan Station, or even Vineland for that matter?
Chair, through you. Well, the short answer from our perspective, no. We're moving from an industrial site to a residential site. I think that more broadly, the town is moving, certainly with Prudham's Landing and other areas, moving to the higher density areas that are going to have some commercial support. It seems unlikely that commercial would thrive in this particular location. So the short answer is no, but certainly, we can discuss it with staff and their final recommendation for you. But our application is certainly not contemplating commercial in any way.
And I don't think any resident is going to be against residential on that street. Moving those trucks away is going to be a good thing for everyone there. However, I just, me being a commercial-minded, it's just, it seems like the development is pretty, is it creative? Is it, it's pretty,
Chair,
was there thought to, other uses?
Well, Chair, through you, I can offer, again, we can work with staff on perhaps some mixed-use opportunities inside these buildings, particularly closer to Jordan. Not to say they're going to be commercial, but maybe provide opportunities inside the zoning bylaw for some of the residential units that are closer to Jordan Station, allow for some flexibility in terms of how they're used, the kind of businesses that might be allowed. I mean, we certainly, as of right, home occupations are generally accepted. Maybe we can go a step further in that location, have a look at that with staff. But again, this client is not looking at any of that. And that might be, again, something that you're wanting to look at as a municipality more broadly and allowing for a wider range of mixed-use opportunities throughout your residential areas in appropriate locations. We're certainly exploring that on other sites that are more densely developed, where we can provide opportunities for that. This isn't really among those that we'd be anxiously recommending that kind of opportunity, but on the other hand, we don't want to ignore it if council's open to it.
Very good, very good. All good?
Yeah.
Thank you. So at this time, are there any other persons present this evening to address the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application by Vineland Growers Cooperative? Please approach the podium and come forward, state your name and address, and spell your surname for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Adrian Van Hooydonk, V-A-N space capital H-O-O-Y-D-O-N-K. I live at 2749 Chestnut Street in Jordan Station. If you're familiar with the street, it's approximately across from the gas pump and just a little further west. So I first just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to address the council here, and in particular, thank you, Mayor Easton, for your comments. They've certainly summarized much of what I wanted to say already, so thank you for that. I am in favor, my wife and I are in favor, and we have 3 small children, 12 years old, 10 years old, and 7 years old. We're in favor of the residential development, but we are not in favor as it is presented. Mayor Easton began to, I think, hit the nail on the head. It is not within the character of Jordan Station. It is not within the character of Chestnut Street. In the space where 40 homes are being presented to be built, there are currently 13. I drove down the street today and counted it. So we're going to go 3-to-1 ratio of what currently fits the character of Chestnut Street. Sidewalks have been mentioned. There are no sidewalks currently, but there are also not 40 additional homes. My kids walk up and down that street every single day to their school bus, and they do go through the co-op property, which is safer to keep them off of the road, of course, and that works, but 40 additional homes is significantly additional cars. There's a park. There is not a park on the plan, but would that be something to also look at as far as considering in the adding that much additional homes and people? There were some comments made by the earlier presenter about acknowledging additional work to be done on sewer and water services. I think one of our city planners mentioned the same. To me, it would seem these are very important things that would need to be determined before 40 additional homes would be approved as well. It was also mentioned that there'd be a lot of things that could be done as far as urban design, and it was a very nice looking picture, but could be done is different than will be done. It would also seem to me that it would be important, that would be determined, as Mayor Easton also said, that this would not be piecemealed, this would be appropriate to the character of Jordan Station. So those are some of the initial points that I have. Those are the points that I have. Again, very supportive of the residential development. We want to work with with whatever planning input we might be able to have. We are supportive of the initiative being taken by Vineland growers, but it has to fit with, in my view, with what makes sense for Jordan Station and Chestnut Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Van Hooydonk. And are there any other speakers? I'm going to call for a second time for anyone to approach council and speak to the public meeting item.
I'm Ann Hughes. I live at 2755 Chestnut Street, just a little bit west of where Adrian lives. He already addressed a few of the points that have been concerning us. We're very delighted to have residential housing put in there. However, we're concerned about the sewer problems, and we're concerned about the intensification of the development. Anybody that has driven down Chestnut Street, you see we've had 3 different developments at different stages, but all in keeping with single-family homes. And it gives a certain character. Many of us have walked up to Jordan Road to take our children, our grandchildren to the bus, and we've coped with the transport trucks, but we'll be happy to not deal with that anymore. But right now, we have difficulty with parking. Very often, we can't park in front of our own house, and I think with 40 new units, it would be even harder. So I really think the intensification of the development is the biggest problem for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hughes. Appreciate that. Are there any other speakers this evening for this agenda item?
Barb Chamberlain, and I live at 4171 Jordan Road. It's a property that's been in the family for many years and reflects the culture in our area. I'm very happy to have residential there, but I attended the first meeting that we had, and one of my biggest issues is the density. 40 new houses on a street, a small dead-end road, I might say, is way too much. It's just way too much on Chestnut. I don't see the traffic of the trucks going down because I asked where Vineland Growers were proposing to move to, and it's around the corner of 4th Avenue, and where there's a 4-way stop right now. A lot of those trucks, yes, a number of them will go down 15th Street, but we still have trucks coming from Toronto and that direction. And so they will be not turning into Vineland Growers off Jordan Road, but now they'll be going straight down over the railway tracks into 4th Avenue, where we also have a park on the corner there. A 4-way stop will have to be a consideration in the future for traffic, I think, for that. I know that's a separate issue, but it's also something to consider, because we have the busiest time for Vineland Growers is the summer months, and that's also when the ballpark and the swimming pool is also extremely busy with families, young children. When we attended the first meeting, they said there would be no sidewalks put on Chestnut. So it wasn't a consideration until we mentioned that that's, like when you've got the houses that close to the road, and parking was also the other issue that we had, because now you may not have all those trucks turning in there, but you still have, if you're putting 40 new houses there, or townhouses, I think there was only, 5 single dwelling, and all the rest are gonna be townhouses. Well, they're not gonna have much of a backyard, because the backyard's gonna be a berm where the railway tracks are on the south side. And so the families that you're going to be attracting will probably be young or older, and most likely have 2 cars, because we don't have public transit on a regular basis in Jordan Station area. And so you're going to have 2 cars per household. That's another 80 cars. Potential for 80 cars, and that's not even that's not even taking into consideration visitors. Also, we did mention at the last meeting about the sewer and water issues, and I'm right on Jordan Road, so I would be concerned about, I am hooked into the water and the sewer, so I would be concerned about those issues as well. I don't think I left out anything, but there was a lot of concerns that came up. Mostly it had to do, I don't think there was anybody that attended the meeting that opposed Vineland Growers moving to another spot and having that rezoned residential. It's just the density, and we just kept being told that, well, that meets the standard or whatever. Well, when I look at that proposal, it looks like it would be a street that would be proposed in Toronto. It's just solid, and certainly not in Jordan Station, and certainly wouldn't be welcome, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain. So I'm calling for a third and final time for anyone to come forward. Please come forward.
My name is Ron Bassett. I live at 2773 Chestnut Street. I sent an official letter to the council. I don't know whether you have it or not with my comments on it. But my major concern is I acquired my home in 2004. At that time, directly across from myself was basically an orchard. That was changed in around 2009, when it was rezoned and 6 homes were put in there. At the time, they were looking for rezoning for multi, trying to put an apartment building in. My daughter, this week actually, got a letter from the town asking if she would be interested in joining a group to look at the official plan. I gather we're going through a complete official plan process, and asked if she would be a volunteer on that group. My concern is, in 2017, the province changed dramatically some of the zoning and development projects and created residential intensification as being a prime concern. So what we're looking at, in my view, is we're asking to rezone an industrial building using 315 low density at minimum, or a minimum 10 to 25 units per hectare. You as a council, I believe, have an opportunity to treat this as a residential intensification, which is what I believe it is. Over the last 20 years or more, 6 homes were originally built on Chestnut Street, 68 to 72. Another 14 were built 1992 to 2002, and then further 6, 2008 to 2011, 26 homes. There's 1 home that has an entrance off Chestnut Street, but no frontage on Chestnut Street. The other issue is it's a dead-end street. Currently, your traffic department, in their wisdom, have decided they should have no parking on the one side. That one side is directly in front of Vineland Growers. That whole area currently is no parking. So I'm assuming this council would maintain that, or are you going to change it when you put houses in there? One other comment. My view of it is this adjustment in the frontage, minimum yard setbacks, is a direct result of the non-negotiable position of the railways that they require a 30-meter berm in the back. The solution to that, in my view, is to build the houses wider and reduce the number of homes. The other question is, in the proposal, they chose 5 single families and 35 townhouses. On what planning basis was that determined? No reference as to why that mix, why that location. One other comment. I was provided with a copy of the traffic survey, which basically indicates that this dead-end street, that the impact of 40 new homes. We're in a rural area from a traffic perspective. Most people living there will probably have 2 cars. You're talking 80 cars. The survey was done on February 28th, the busiest time on Jordan Road. Not really, but that's the day the survey was done. And the projection is that this new development will create 26 new two-way traffic trips during the peak period and 29 in the peak period at night. I'm not sure you would agree with it or not, but we have 26 families there, and now you're tripling the traffic in and out of a dead-end street. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Bassett, thank you. So, do we have one more speaker? Come on up, come on up.
Hello, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it real brief. The Raptors game is starting real soon, so
Name?
yeah, I'm getting to that, yeah.
please.
My name is Bill Brower. I live at 2767 Chestnut Street. We're privileged to live there, family of 5. I'm excited about the residential development. I think it's a great idea. Just a couple comments. I'd love to see it just to be detached homes. And I agree with a lot of what the other neighbors have said, Adrian and also Mayor Easton. Yeah, I'd like to see sidewalks. It'd be cool to have a park with the kids and stuff. And then the big issue that I think still there is the parking when you're talking 80 cars. So other than that, those are just some comments I got from as someone living on Chestnut.
Okay, good. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for stepping up and speaking to this item. Is there any other speakers before I?
Yes, I know. My name is Sandra Patterson. I live at 4420 Jordan Road, Patterson, Paterson. So I must live outside of the notification area because I didn't get any letters or anything about this. It's only because my cousin lives within the area that I'm here, a little farther north, down by the experimental farm. So my concern is pretty much traffic that's going on Jordan Road. It's already picking up. Having listened through all of today's meetings and clicking into the tourism part, the village of Jordan is a key tourist area, so there's already a lot of traffic coming up and down, strange days, lost people. We don't show up on GPS under Jordan Station. You must look us up under the town of Lincoln. So if my cousin looks for me, 4420 Jordan Road, they get nothing. So I am the information bureau for Jordan Station. I'm one of the first houses. I'm also concerned about the practicalities of this many houses going in one area. Simple things like, where's the snow gonna go when you plow it on a street that's barely 2 lanes now, and you're thinking of putting sidewalks? You can't even find any place to throw your snow on it from the driveways because you can't put it on the road. You don't have much of a frontage in your front yard. The town's going to come along and plow the street, although it's a dead-end street. That ought to be interesting. And you've got sidewalks. You're responsible for clearing the sidewalks. So something that simple. Winter lasts for 6 months in this area. We all know that. It may only say 3 months on a calendar. We know it's 6. And I had another thing. Oh, yes, farm vehicles moving up and down the street. There are more acreage, I think, in Jordan Station. Don't quote me on this. I'm just going by looking out the windows of farmland. Therefore, we have tractors going up and down the street. The grape pickers that go up and down the street in the fall, those are fascinating. But they slow traffic down. Even though the road was widened with that little gap, there's quite a ditch. So it's not safe for the tractors to pull over a lot. They've got to go from farmland to farmland. More traffic on the street, tractors on the street, grumpy people. It's already a speed zone. It's only, a couple miles long, dead ends at both ends. I can hear car racing all night long, going up and down. You've got more trucks now that are going to be going through the village of Jordan Station, which, by the way, you can't even buy milk, gas, anything. There's no, unless you have a lot of money to shop at the cheese factory, There's no place that we as the locals, we have to leave town to do it.
Ms.
The
Patterson,
village.
if I can,
Yeah.
can we stay on the Chestnut
Yes,
development,
that's right.
please?
So this is what I'm saying. So this is the Chestnut thing. So now you've got all these cars that are on the street that are now going to be going through the village
Okay.
to get to the gas station, the grocery store, and all that sort of thing, which you don't have now. Used to get sort of a weekend reprieve, other than in high months of summer. You're not going to get that on Jordan Road either. So those are concerns that I think more houses on Chestnut, 2 tents for, I consider 2 tents for the area.
Okay.
Doesn't have the look of the area.
Thank you very much for stepping forward. Do we have any other speakers? And I would say if you are saying the same things, we've heard them pretty loud and clear. So, yeah, I mean, it's not about the numbers. I mean, we are going to address each item. Yeah, yeah, it's, we've got it pretty clear now.
Sorry, I have a cold.
That's okay.
My name is Cindy Cosby. I live at 2759 Chestnut Street. I just want to say I've had the honor of raising 2 children there. I've lived there for 24 years. I don't think you'll find any of us that are against the residential
Right.
portion. It's only the density that we're talking about. As far as the traffic issue, I know they say there's no problem with traffic. It took me 5 minutes to get down Jordan Road to the South Service Road just to get here tonight. So saying that there is no traffic issue with a projected 80 more cars is not true.
Okay.
And I totally agree with what everyone else has brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for all those that spoke on this item. As there are no speakers, I declare this public hearing to address the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application by Vineland Growers Cooperative closed. Are there any questions from council? There being no further discussion, we have a motion that council receive official plan amendment application PL 0PA 201-90055 and zoning bylaw amendment application PLZ BA 201-90057 by Vineland Growers Cooperative for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. We will require a mover for that motion. Mayor Easton, all in favor? Any opposed? None? That is carried. So we are moving on to delegations. We now want to note that each delegation may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Our first delegation is 20 Valley Tourism Association with respect to the 2019 budget. Ms. Thompson, please come forward. I see you're there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good evening, Mr. Panichetti.
Okay, I'm going to start things off. I'm Len Panichetti, I think. I know most of the councilors, and we're here tonight following up on a delegation that we had a few months ago regarding funding for the 20 Valley Tourism Association. I'm here with Aaron Thompson, who's the executive director, and I also want to point out Shelley Traver from Rockaway Vineyards, who's behind me here, also on the board of directors. Oh, Sue Ann, are you still here? Oh, she's not. And Sue Ann, staff, who's also on our board, so we have several board members. Aaron's going to do most of the presentation. I just wanted to make a few points before that. First of all, it starts off with some general discussion of our marketing plan. The centerpiece of the presentation is going to be the financial aspects of it. And then finally, once we've presented, and that was the request of the committee the last time, that we come back with more detail on how the money will be allocated. So that's what we're doing here. And then we'd like to end with some illustrations of how the money will be spent. Aaron?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Len. I have to find how this thing, okay. Just jumping in, as Len mentioned, I'm just gonna, the highlight will be the financial pages. So for those of you who have had the opportunity to receive the documents, you can see that there are a couple of preamble pages that sort of talk to you about the purpose of what our marketing plan is for with regard to 20 Valley. So a couple of years ago, a strategic plan was put in place from 2017 to 2020 to activate the area, to support the growth and expansion of the agritourism, the economy in general, dev, our accommodations businesses, our craft beverage industry, but boutique shopping and other natural assets. So the purpose of the 20 Valley Tourism Destination Marketing Organization and the funding that we use to allocate toward marketing activities is meant to foster and grow those specific areas with regard to tourism. So that's why we're here tonight. And then also build up relationships with our other Niagara partners, as well as those in the Ontario tourism industry as well, garnering additional funds that we can deploy against marketing for our area. Okay? So moving along. It's not, okay. So this is just a really quick overview of what marketing looks like from a calendar, a fiscal calendar. Our fiscal year begins in April, it ends in March. And this is a type of activity that you see being deployed against 20 Valley marketing as a destination. So website being pivotal to who we are, our destination, description of our identity out there in the world. We do newsletters, we've got social media, we've got some digital. Print is naturally one of our tools. With regard to visitor guides, we also have partnerships with radio, and then we also, as you're all aware, run some pretty pivotal events for this area. Okay, so that's the overview. But this is the next slide here is really what we wanted to talk to you about as a follow-up from our meeting in February. So we had been charged with giving you a bit more detail with regard to what a budget looks like and how exactly marketing fits into that and how it gets deployed. So having a look at this overall, the organization represents revenues of about $650,000. Our model is such that we generate revenue from our membership. So we have about 100 members that help with funding activities to build the organization as a destination marketing operation. We also have some committees that run their own events, and they pay us fees as well. We are grateful for the additional funding we receive from the town of Lincoln, and we're also able to secure grants. So you can see how that builds up to revenue through our events as well, at just around $650,000. As a not-for-profit organization, we do deploy it all out through our expenses to come at a net of close to zero. So you can see how that is broken out. With regard to our budget, we pull marketing from a number of different areas: operating costs, our map or guide. We do the committee events, and we do our overall Winter Wine Fest, which is what that event expenses represent. So in the area where it's sort of like the notes section, you can see where we've pulled out the funding. With regard to marketing overall, and also it's a little annotation that describes how exactly we're funded for the town of Lincoln. So you may or may not be aware that $22,000 plus HST comes as your membership fee, and for which you are represented on our website and in our guide, and all of the different assets of the town of Lincoln with regard to tourism and culture and sport have recognition in our guide. Then further to that, our recommendation with regard to marketing dollars is a spend of, and this is this current proposed fiscal year, of close to $160,000, from which we would like to see $82,000 of the town of Lincoln funding as proposed, with the 52 and some historical funding of 30 together as one. And this is the basic breakdown of how we would receive it. And on the next slide, and I'll get to it, we'll show a little more detailed breakdown. But I'll just remind the councillors and the mayor, that there was $30,000 already in our budget from historical years gone by. 17.5 is now currently being deployed against Winter Wine Fest, with a balance that had been deployed against the guide and marketing in that regard. In February, the additional $52,000 came into play, so that's how we came to that 82. And I just want to make sure that everyone's clear there.
Before you go to that, if I could just make a couple of points about this slide. It's pretty clear, if you look at the total of $650,000. I guess my point is that the theme here is leverage. I mean, the town is investing, you can see at the bottom, $104,000 in total. That's the proposal, that the town would invest $104,000 in the TVTA. And that money, I suggest to you, enables us to leverage $650,000 in total tourism spend in the town. And I think that bears underscoring because we are in the business of trying to promote tourism and find as many funding opportunities as we can. I know the councilors are all familiar with that type of approach in all of your activities. You have to do it all the time with senior levels of government. Go out and find matching dollars. We all attended the museum ceremony a couple of weeks ago. That project would not be going forward without matching dollars from other sources. And what we're trying to achieve here at the TVTA is exactly the same thing. We're taking the dollars that you provide us, we're thanking you for them, and we're using them to leverage additional money, which totals $650,000. In other words, from your contribution expressed that way represents 16% of the total dollars that we're able to attract into the town to spend on tourism.
If I may, so we're past the 5 minutes, so can I ask council's favor in extending the presentation? All, okay, that's good. Carry on.
And it does, and to build, thank you very much. To build on that allows us to then seek further funding through grants and the Tourism Partnership of Niagara that could be over and above, thereby putting more dollars back into driving tourism for this area. So that's a great point. Thank you. All right, so this is the kind of nuts and bolts of the presentation. So take a minute for everyone to absorb. This is simply the breakdown of how, on the previous slide, we recommend the breakdown of each of the dollars be deployed, and then also further deployment of the actual funding that we had hoped to see from the town of Lincoln. Okay, starting.
Aaron, if I could ask you to pull the microphone
Yeah,
over
sorry.
towards you. Yeah, thank you.
You're a tall guy, yeah. It's okay. We're going to start at the top, which is kind of the pivotal marketing tool that we have proposed for this fiscal, which is a development, and I'll say redevelopment, but really literally start from scratch, new website. We know that the world is moving toward digital, and this is a really big tool for us as an organization that runs our own events. So the recommendation is to build a new website, and we're asking or suggesting that $34,000, which is the quote we had to build that website, come directly from the funds from the town of Lincoln, as we were guided in our last meeting to be sure to deploy against marketing. This couldn't be, there is no other better tool for us as an organization than to have a fully functioning, very, very well-developed website to showcase not only our membership, but also the events that we run to help drive further revenue generation. We can get into a little bit about that in the next slide. I'll move on. So membership, newsletters, and communications also are a very important part of our marketing. It helps us deploy the activities, the social calendars, the events that all of our members do throughout all of Tony Valley, throughout Tintern, throughout Jordan Station, throughout the bench, every area in which Lincoln touches, we can deploy information about what's going on in this area. So this is pivotal. Social media and digital, being the third point down, is going to be integral in the longer term support of this website and all of the events we do. So very, very important, and something that will be part of a multi-year plan to deploy. And it's very important that we understand that the cohesive branding of this area and its attributes be showcased in this digital social media format in one all-encompassing strategy. So this is where we would like to see quite a bit more of the Lincoln funding deployed. We know it's very important. Moving on, print, Wine Country Ontario and the City of St. Catharines, as well as the Summer Fun Guide, are some of the examples of where we deploy print advertising for an all-encompassing umbrella strategy for 20 Valley, so that membership is showcased and people who are considered tourists outside of that 40-kilometer radius are prompted to come and touch points of Lincoln and 20 Valley. So, so we're proposing half of that fund come out of the town of Lincoln as well. This time, this year, Visitor Guide, whereupon it had been a deployment for the funding from town of Lincoln, it has not become that this year, simply because our focus is on that website. It will be in later years, but this year we're suggesting just simple distribution funding because we have inventory of our guides. So that's why that's a little lower than you would have anticipated. Radio, again, is something that we've got a commitment to. It touches local and as well into the Hamilton and further Niagara border marketplace. So it's more of a close to home type of marketing strategy and definitely something that Lincoln can benefit from. So hoping to see some funding from Lincoln as well. Membership fees, we're simply members of Festival and Events Ontario. That's some marketing spend. We don't expect that Lincoln should have to allocate funds to that. Craft beverage, they generate their own revenues and they deploy their marketing generally at their own discretion, and that is, for the most part, 24 wineries that come together and build their programming in spring and in the fall. And then finally, Winter Wine Fest, as I mentioned earlier, is something that the town of Lincoln has funded as a community event in the past, and we expect that to continue to move forward, and so that's how it breaks down. I don't know, Len, if you wanted to share about the breakouts.
Well, I'd like to point out that, going back to the beginning, the website, it's important for the committee to understand that our board of directors has settled on this as a centerpiece of our marketing this year. We got great advice from April Brunet, who's the VP of marketing for Vintage Hotels, and it was her advice to hire the consultant that we've found. And the thing to understand about this is that we're anticipating this to be a one-time spend because it's a zero-based approach. In other words, this firm will set us up with sponsorships and other revenue-generating activities, ads on the site. The new site will be built in such a way that it will become self-sustaining over time. So that you can consider a one-time spend, or that's the hope, at least, that it'll be a one-time spend. And as we generate more funds from the website, it'll pay for itself and set us up for deploying dollars in other areas in the future, because the site itself will be self-funded. So that's really the centerpiece of our proposal. And if you go down the list, in terms of social media, we're looking for about half of the dollars to come from the town. Same with print. And in the case of the visitor guide and radio, it's only about 20%. The other big one is winter wine. The town has always been a big supporter of that festival. And again, I don't have to remind all of you that it's an event that brings more than 10,000 visitors to Jordan in the dead of winter in January. So that's a very important event in Lincoln, and it needs to be invested in every year. But we also leverage significant dollars from donors and sponsors.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to pause there. Okay. I did jump to the next slide just to give you kind of a visual of what Lena just indicated with regard to paid advertising on our website. This is a model we have not used, but it is a model that many tourism destinations do use to generate revenue. And this is where there's some upside for Lincoln, and I know this is going to be important for the different councillors and their different wards, because we can showcase things that are going on in your areas. We can showcase partner events. Pinot Affair is a partner event. We don't actually run it, but our members see and our members gather to drive events such as that, Grace the Bench being another one. Cherry Lane did Blossom Fest this year. 20 Valley Tourism does not run it for them, but we certainly need to elevate these events, and we need to have a showcase, we need to have a window to the public to be able to share that sort of stuff. So what we're suggesting is that this paid advertising, because of the funding that we're asking from Lincoln, some of that space on this website be allocated to the town of Lincoln, so that you have your home, whether it's a rotating banner ad or whether it's a corner ad, but you certainly would definitely have the place on our homepage to be able to showcase news that is tourism related throughout Lincoln. So that would be the suggestion. You wouldn't be the only advertising we would seek. Quite frankly, we would be aggressively seeking additional advertising that's complementary to the tourism industry, particularly for this 20 Valley area, to further generate revenue so that it will allow us to deploy additional social media and digital retargeting so that we can bring people back to our site and out to our partners physically so that we can drive purchase and accommodation stays and visits to this area and, you know, essentially create a sustainable model for this destination. Okay, so this is just a couple of slides you see in your deck with regard to how advertising could look and also what we could do when we do deploy some social media and social digital targeting. And this next slide is not our site, it's how we would deploy event-based marketing ads on social to other sites that are more heavily visited from a traffic standpoint. And then also retargeting such that if they come to our site and they don't have a purchase when we're trying to advertise Wrapped Up, but they happen to be searching, say, winery sites, that it will instantly retarget them and pop up an ad to remind them that our event is relevant to what they're seeking and potentially drive them back to our event and drive, you know, the attendance at, let's just say, Wrapped Up in this case, okay? So those are just a couple of examples of how it could look. And this is why. This is the why we would want to deploy the support for our marketing. A couple of reasons in that digital and social is a much more effective way of getting a broader reach outside of the 40-kilometer range when marketing dollars are considered relatively tight. So we'll have a better reach, better impressions if we can deploy in social. And then also, as you can see from this, when we compare ourselves against our neighbors and our competitive set, where we have great opportunity to grow our awareness through tools such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So, you know, if we're calling Prince Edward County our basic competitive set, or somebody we aspire to be like, and we heard earlier today that Mike Robbins helped set that tourism strategy in play, you can see that from Facebook standpoint, they're twice as strong as us. There's not a fact in terms of growth underneath the 20 Valley. I'm remiss that I didn't put it there, but let me tell you, in the past year, Facebook and the traction that we've had for likes has doubled. Just shy of 50% in the past year. And that is attributed 100% to the social media advertising we've deployed in the last fiscal and also the work that the Tourism Partnership of Niagara has helped with regard to our events. So 100% related to that, as is the growth of Instagram, which has also been the strategy in the last 12 months. So you can see 23% just since November on our Instagram. But whoa, do we ever have a ways to go, because look at where Prince Edward County is. Quite frankly, look at where Hamilton is and Niagara-on-the-Lake. So we have a ways to go, and this is where our audience is, and this is where we need beautiful content, beautiful video, beautiful photography to tell everybody in the world about how awesome this area is. So this is what we're recommending as a strategy to continue to build the awareness of our brand. Okay? And then finally, just wrapping up what marketing can look like. Just as a reminder, this table for newsletters shows who exactly has opted in to follow us. Our membership, number one, our web described for the tourism, for 20 Valley, over 3,000 people are following us. So we can deploy all of our member activities and events and sales and celebrity chefs, all their activities on a monthly basis, and share it out to 3,000 people who share it with their friends. And we're getting a 50% open rate, which is outstanding. And then as well, we do support Jordan Village with regard to their newsletters. So they're close to 50% open rate as well. We've got to work on their click-through. But yeah, this has to continue to be the pace of our service for people who are supporters of 20 Valley. And then finally, from a website, as we mentioned and as Len mentioned, the pivotal point of moving forward as an organization is the revamping of that website so we can enhance the traffic to the website. We get huge traffic when we're running an event, when people are coming to buy tickets. We have some shoulder seasons where we need to do better. And I think that content, that paid advertising that actually has activities, you know, Vintage could put an ad on saying they've got a sale of rooms at the inn, and it drives traffic and interest at our site, which we don't really have right now. So that's where we have opportunity to expand our marketing prowess as a DMO. I put this together, very proposed, but this is how, we have to have measurable KPIs. We've not had that in the past. We have to have goals. We have to set them for ourselves. It should be multi-year. This is just a, hey, let's try to grow within the year. If we're already growing at 40% Facebook, is it realistic to think by the end of our fiscal 2020 that we could be to 5,500 Facebook likes? Of course, it's doable. In fact, we should blow that number out of the water. Twitter, we have to have goals. So 6,500, we're just over 6,000 now. We've got to do it. Instagram, this is not acceptable at 4,000. It makes me very uncomfortable. We should be able to grow that more, but I'm trying to be relatively, I want to set attainable goals for the organization. Again, website, we need page views that are over 25,000 on those shoulder months. We can get high like to 90,000 page views when we're talking about Winter Wine Fest time. So we need to grow that traffic. And then finally, we need to maintain our newsletter strength, because we've actually, and quite frankly, grow the subscribers to make sure that we've got the attentive audience that does, share word of mouth activities for 20 Valley and showcase our membership in that fashion, as we've committed to, and as their funds, their membership dues actually help keep our lights on. So I'm going to stop there. I think we've gone well over time. The appendix is really essentially some of the slides from our last presentation, so I think we're fair to say questions are free to flow.
Very good, thank you. And do we have any questions from council? Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through you to the presenters. Just when it comes to current revenue and the current expenses, how do we come up with the 281 and the 280? How do we get so close?
Oh,
Are we able to?
I will tell you the answer to that.
Are we able to make money?
We shouldn't. So through the chair to you, I will tell you that there's a contingency built in our master budget for the board to approve. We have yet to approve it. That includes a contingency fund of a GIC that's close to $20,000, because we have never had an operating cushion to support this organization such that in times of needing to deploy against a special marketing program or a new marketing program that may come up, we've never had that. So this is built such that we're covering, we're reflecting a minor profit. We should be flat, and we've got a contingency fund to help us in, subsequent to a rainy day, or should we need additional funding to support our organization as a marketing organization.
Okay, and
So-
then another question I have is regarding the website. Currently, who is maintaining the daily website that you currently have?
I'm ashamed to say this because it is not my wheelhouse, but that person is me.
Okay, so moving forward, we make this investment in a new website that's going to be that much better. Who's going to maintain that website?
I can answer that with regard to the fact that the company that we hire will build it out, and they will make it so that it can be maintained by staff, or there is funding, and I think in the way it was built, there was $10,000 put toward annual maintenance. We can negotiate that. It has yet to be completed, that they do that. But I'll tell you, on the day-to-day basis where it's a calendar update or a new member to be added, they will make it turnkey, such that a person like me with no real talent can actually do it.
Okay, so just my concern is that we make this investment and it's just not being utilized to its maximum. We're buying a Cadillac, and really we should have just kept the Chevy, right? So that's my concern. No use having.
And your points are totally well taken. I think what we neglected to mention is that from usability, our current website doesn't translate well in many cases to mobile, and so or desktop. So it needs to have that functionality, and that is the Cadillac we're paying for, and it is going to be moving forward critical, because we're kind of getting stuck in the dark ages. The current framework we're using is just a box framework. It's not an original created for 20 Valley Tourism, which is what our proposal is that it will be a unique, original framework with a lot more visuals, far less text, and really great usability from a mobile standpoint, because that, I guess, that is certainly where our tourists are moving in terms of learning about our organization, wayfinding, things like that, they need to be able to have it in their hand and
So
have it operate quick.
The current website is not very mobile friendly. Okay, that's what I gotta know. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Another important component of this new website and the provider is that they are experienced at going out and finding sponsors and advertisers. That is part of what they'll be doing for this expenditure. So they'll be actively going out and pursuing the logical partners that should already be advertising on our website. So they're doing two things. They're providing a platform that is going to be friendly to ads and sponsors, and then they're going to go out and find those advertisers and sponsors for us. So part of the role is actually going out to the market and bringing new sources of revenue to us, not only for this year but for subsequent years. If we do our job well, those sponsors and advertisers will stay on the site year after year.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little concerned. Again, I thank you for the presentation. I thank you for bringing the breakdown of some of the expenses and some of the KPIs. I'm a little more old-fashioned, I guess. My concern is I would like to see a translation in either foot traffic in Lincoln and or dollars spent in Lincoln. And that's what I was kind of hoping for when I think we sent you guys back a few months ago to come back with a business proposal. So again, I understand the value and from the marketing standpoint of likes and some of the different KPIs you've outlined as far as social media goes. I think that's all great. But I would like to see a little bit more teeth to how is it actually going to generate people to come to town? How is it going to generate extra spend in the town? Like, how do you guys track that now? Is there any, not saying couponing, but is there any tracking with customers that might hit your social media, visit a site, and a correlation between the two? Do you have anything on that at all?
Yeah, sure. So through the chair to you, I will let you know that it's a little tricky. You have raised a really big concern. It's one of mine. I love data. I love the analytical side. I feel like there is an opportunity there. Potentially, if we were to reallocate funds to do some sort of research, not unlike what's being done for the tourism strategy, you'd hit the nail on the head. For us, from a measurable standpoint, what we can impact or we can read is the ticket sales with regard to our passport programs. So are they as good or better than a year ago? And then also Winter Wine Fest ticket sales on those events. But there are sometimes variables that you can't control. For example, we could say we're sold out of our celebrity chef dinner at Winter Wine Fest, yay. Well, maybe it was because we spent $50,000 on, I don't know, Suser Lee or somebody. This year we didn't, but we also didn't have a celebrity chef that was as famous. So there are variables that can help and also hurt that analytical approach. But when we talk about at the regional level with our tourism partners of the Partnership of Niagara, they talk about heads and beds. And again, that becomes a challenge for Lincoln because we don't have the accommodations to say, yes, we were sold out all the time. But we do have that kind of confidence, especially following Winter Wine Fest, with regard to the fact that Jordan House was already booked for next year because of the success of Winter Wine Fest. So it's trends like that, and I guess talking to our membership and actually surveying the membership, and we do that with regard to asking quarterly, how are your sales versus the previous quarter? What's your foot traffic like? We do have some of that data, but I wouldn't say it's especially measurable in the terms that you suggest, which I would absolutely love to see. So KPIs are key performance indicators, revert back to comparing ourselves against those other tourism areas that we would like to aspire to be like, and that's why those are, something that we can measure and easily track, and that's why they're presented today in the deck.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So another quick follow-up.
Sure, yep.
Are you looking to expand the revenue expectations or budget for Winter Wine Fest and some of your events, or are you hoping to stay? I'm just wondering where you're going with this. Again, if the investment's coming in, what are your grand scheme kind of things for your events and that type of thing? Broadly.
My philosophy is I don't know that, with regard to Winter Wine Fest, we are fixed in a location. So we also, being responsible in terms of having tourists come to that neighborhood, there will be a maximum size. So my philosophy is that should we generate additional income with regard to that website and the ad sales, it should be redeployed against marketing for this area throughout the year, not just for our events. So my anticipation is that we would do greater reach into further markets to continue to tell the story of the attributes of 20 Valley and all the great assets we have. That's my thought. You may have some different.
Well, yeah, we would use incremental dollars to enhance existing events and also look at other opportunities wherever they might be. I mean, we're always interested in other stakeholders, other partners in the town. If there's a new event, a new idea that requires funding, and we have funds available, and it makes sense for us, then we'll obviously consider it. That's our job, and it's not limited to the things that we're doing today. We want to be looking forward. You know, we all had a chance today to sit in the workshop with the consultancy you just heard from earlier. Those are the types of things we were talking about. You know, what's the future look like? Where do we need to deploy resources in the tourism space in Lincoln? So we'll be obviously open to all of that, but we need to have sound financial basis on which to do it, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make ourselves self-sustainable, generate new revenue that we don't have today, and then when we have that revenue, then sure, we're interested in deploying it in any way that makes sense on a going forward basis.
Mr. Chair, one last question. It'll be a quick one. I think.
Sure, no, go ahead.
So again, you talk about self-sustaining and be sustainable or long-term viability on your own. And yet, I believe the ask is to increase Town of Lincoln contribution for the next 4 years after this year. So with us increasing, where do you find that self-sustainable line?
Look, we made that presentation a few months ago. That was for illustration purposes. We're putting it out there for you to consider. You're in the process of looking at a tourism strategy. We met with those people today. My advice to you is to listen to them. They're going to do a comprehensive look at our sector, and they're going to come back with recommendations. I assume we'll input as makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have our views, but other people will have different views on what that funding model will look like. I can't tell you what that is, and we're certainly not counting on the level of increases that we saw. Whatever the funding bucket is, we'll work with, but we'll be advocating for more investment in tourism. And today we talked about some of that, but it's not all just marketing, because there are other things that are necessary in Lincoln, and we talked about those today. And they'll all come out in that report. I think you're doing it the right way. You've got Paul has started with an economic development strategy in general, and then it became apparent from that strategy that tourism is a cornerstone of economic development in the town. Now you're doing the tourism strategy. That's obviously the way to do it. It's strategic. You're going to get good advice from consultants that have lots of experience. We'll certainly learn from them, and we'll tell them our views. But the outcome is going to come back to this body, and you'll make a decision.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I have a question. And Aaron, let's assume for a minute that we don't give you the 52 grand. What would fall off this list? So where is, help me to see where the 52 grand fits. Maybe I'm assuming it's the website, and then there's 18 grand somewhere else. So just so we can sort of capture what are we paying for?
Sure.
Is that fair?
You're absolutely correct. It would simply delay a website launch for untold number of months, because it will require the generation of that revenue, because as an organization, we do not have the funds to do that for our members, and it's critical that we do. And then further to that, absolutely the social media and digital, which was earmarked more than half to help support the website and generate traffic to make it worthwhile for those advertising on the site, that would fall off the rails quite quickly. I will tell you, yes, from a print standpoint, we've committed to that. From a radio standpoint, we've committed to that. We're locked in. So in other places, we were locked in. I would say if we had to lose any more funding, Winter Wine Fest would be impacted, probably.
So, and I'm trying to, and by the way, I was one that raised my hand at back of the budget and said, hey, let's get this on our budget as a number anyway. So, some of this is business as usual. Is that fair to say? So some of this is day to day, you're doing it today, and there may be a little bit more that you could do as a result of a few more funds.
Yes, that's
Is that
correct.
fair?
Well, no, I wouldn't characterize it that way. I mean, we're talking about, I think further to Councillor Mikulik's questions, I mean, we're talking about a complete rebuild and enhancement of our website that will drive.
I understand, and I got the 34,000 to that.
It's not just,
But beyond that.
Oh, you're saying beyond
Beyond that, so
beyond
the
website.
18 grand is to support, the current TV, the current distribution of the visitor guide, some of those, K-Light.
I mean,
yeah.
if you look at it in terms of priority, I would say it comes out of social media. We have made a decision to move towards digital because it's the most affordable and most effective way for us to market. And I see that falling off more than anything else, or unless you disagree.
I think that we're in agreement here, and the simple fact that we would have that investment put towards social media was to volley up the assets through the website and generate the traffic. There is really no point in marketing when you don't have the videography, the photography, that actually will literally drive the content on the website, and then the content of our messaging outside of the website. So yeah, they are kind of hand in hand. They are they go together, and they will fall off if the funding can't come through. That's correct.
And I believe we asked the question back at the budget about your membership and the, both the numbers or the increase in numbers of your membership and increase in the annual fee for the members. Is there any update that you can give us on membership numbers? Have you seen membership numbers change over the last 4 months since you came forward, and is there been any increase in their fees?
Okay, yep. To answer that question, I can tell you that since we met, we entered into our new fiscal. So March 31st came and went, and we started with a new year, a new calendar year, whereupon we saw one winery drop off as a partner, and we've seen 2 new businesses, tourism, a tour group, and historical house come on. So we're +1 in terms of membership. We did not take the fees up this year simply because the membership incurred a fee increase last year. So yeah, we did not take a price increase this year with our membership.
If I could just also point out, because it came up today, part of our challenge in some of these memberships, I think at least one of the ones that Aaron just referred to come from outside of Lincoln. That's part of, like, our growth in membership, I think in the future will very much depend on our ability to capture other areas outside of Lincoln. And for that we need coordination, and it's part of what this strategy I'm hoping will recognize that. And we talked about branding, we talked about West Niagara as the area that we're concerned with, and it includes St. Catharines. We think St. Catharines, we need your help to go to partners like St. Catharines, like other municipalities, to say, hey, we the town of Lincoln have led this parade. It's time for you now to step up and participate in a more meaningful way. And that will bring not only municipal funding, but also further memberships, we hope, in those areas, whether it's St. Catharines or Grimsby or other parts of West Niagara. So the big opportunity is not within Lincoln, because we pretty much have anybody who is in the tourism business in Lincoln is either a member now or doesn't want to be a member for whatever reason they have. And so our opportunity is not so much here as it is outside of the town.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I want to announce that at the March 4th, 2019 Budget Committee meeting, Council passed the following motion: that the $52,000 requested by the 20 Valley Tourism Association be added to the 2019 budget, and that those monies be released as formalized details of the spend of those monies be presented to be approved, and that the 20 Valley Tourism Association be referred to the appropriate committee for consideration by council. Based on this previous motion, the motion being considered today is that council receive the presentation from 20 Valley Tourism Association as information, and that council approve the formalized details of the spend of monies as presented by the 20 Valley Tourism Association. So I'm gonna need a mover for that motion. Councilor Timmers, all in favor? 1, 2, 3. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that motion is lost. Our second delegation is James Webb and David Samus from Webb Planning Consultants, speaking to item 8.5 PD-50-19 zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium application by Phelps Homes Limited. Mr. Webb and Mr. Samus, appreciate your patience, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, members of council, staff, members of the public. My name is David Samus from Phelps Homes, Vice President of Land Development. With me tonight is Mr. James Weber, Planning Consultant, and in the audience as well is Matt. Matt, to stand up, you're our Real Estate and Sales and Marketing Manager, and then Joette, who is behind him as well, and is our Land Development Group. We're very excited to be here tonight for our application. It's our next step of a project we've been building in the Jordan area for getting close to 10 years now. So we're very excited about this next project and more to come as well. I'd like to thank staff tonight, Kathleen, Mike, Matt, Monica, and Jillian for their hard work on the project. We've gone through a lot of issues over the last year and a half or so on our project, and again, we're excited about that and appreciate the staff work and the community's work to help us move through to this next stage. We've been working on this project now since 2014, when we first started talking to Mr. Nunamaker on the acquisition of their property. And again, we're excited about moving the project forward to the next stage. Phelps Homes, we've been building in the community for over 45 years in Niagara. And again, we're looking forward to this project. I'll now pass it off to Mr. Webb to carry into the presentation. And we're here to answer any questions and have any more dialogue.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Your Worship, members of committee, ladies and gentlemen. I will keep my comments brief. I understand we have a time limitation and it's been a long evening for you. We've given you paper copies of a presentation. You've seen a lot of these slides before. We were before you previously for an open house back in November, December of 2017. We certainly heard a lot of the commentary that came through that discussion with regards to the neighborhood and issues that were raised by staff. And fundamentally, the issues that we have been working on since that date predominantly related to servicing. Matters of sanitary sewer capacity for not just this development, but existing situations for the community, and the same with storm runoff, matters of stormwater management. We are back before you now because we have worked diligently with your staff towards the resolution of those issues. And this evening, we stand before you with a staff report that is recommending approval of 2 planning instruments, approval of a zoning bylaw amendment and approval of a draft plan of vacant land condominium. It's our submission. We've had an opportunity to go through the details of all of those matters, and we're in full agreement with the matters that have been recommended to you by your professional staff, whether they be planning or development engineering staff. The site plan has not changed substantively from, excuse me, I'll figure this wheel out in a moment. Not changed substantially since 2017. in that the overall number of development units has remained essentially static, although there's been a slight shift from one form to another. We're still at a total of 45 units comprised of single-family detached dwellings and townhouse dwellings. The changes that you will note in the plan are that we previously had proposed to put servicing through this project to the north, outletting through Vernon Street. And we had proposed to complement that with the benefit of a walkway that we thought was important for not just the development, but for the community. We have since, through dialogue with your staff, we've modified our servicing. We no longer need to put services through Vernon Street. It's not a servicing corridor for us. Everything is going out through Red Maple Avenue. And that issue, and I understand there's a further delegation on this. We are standing before you tonight, and we are essentially neutral with respect to how the town ultimately decides whether to proceed with that walkway or not. It's not integral to our development. It doesn't form part of the condominium once it leaves our property. We have come up with a final site plan and a layout that does implement it as it relates to the lands of Phelps Homes. We've provided a corridor such that if the town does in fact decide to implement that, we will provide an internal connection from within our development that's linked to walkways that will enable public circulation through the street and ultimately through Vernon Street. But in dialogue with your staff, that ultimate decision in terms of whether or not Vernon Street is used as a public thoroughfare for pedestrians ultimately resides with further dialogue between staff and this council. There are a number of images that we have provided for you as part of this presentation. I'll figure this wheel out if it kills me. Phelps Homes has developed a number of projects within this development, but each and every project is designed and marketed and branded on its own particular style of development. Phelps has become very well renowned and award-winning for their arts and crafts style to architecture. They propose to continue that forward here. All of the developments here will embrace the materiality, whether it be different color palettes, low-profile roofs, essentially designed based on what Phelps has learned through their marketing opportunities in this village as a product that is very well received and very much complementary to the existing context and physical characteristics of the areas in which they build. I won't take you through all of these, but again, there's a number of slides here that just illustrate, again, varied types of architecture that can be offered. Ultimately, it's up to the consumer in terms of final materiality choices, but again, all of the product in this site has been designed to essentially be bungalows or bungalofts, well within the 9-meter height provisions that is currently allowed in your zoning bylaw. And again, designed in a manner such that we feel that it will complement the existing character of this village. As I said, the project is being marketed and developed as a vacant land plan of condominium. Phelps has found that this does very much cater to a specific market type, empty nesters. It's people who want to still retain a detached dwelling, or the alternative, a townhouse dwelling, but they're not responsible for any of the maintenance. All of the maintenance on the site, whether it be for the common open space or any of the other common elements, is looked after by the condominium board. It means that the garages actually get to be used for parking because cars are no longer competing in those garages with lawnmowers and snowplows. We found that that's very effective and certainly ensures that any parking concerns about this development are resolved because the development is more than self-sustaining with regards to its parking supply. The singles have the ability to 2 cars within garages, 2 surface spaces, and all the townhouses will have 2 dedicated spots, and we have a ratio of, I believe it's 25% surface visitor space throughout the development to ensure that any visitor needs are also met without burdening the surrounding streets. Mr. Chairman, with that, it's late. I'd be more than pleased to address any questions of committee, but again, we're here before you after a fairly lengthy process. We believe that we resolved this planning instruments to allow us to proceed to the next stage of development, and I'll end with the fundamental issue for this development has always been servicing. You will see in the conditions of approval that this development does not proceed to development until such point in time that the town and the region are satisfied that adequate sanitary sewer sanitary services, and stormwater management have been implemented. Those projects, in fact, have all been approved, partially funded, and we fully expect that development will be in position to proceed next year and in the third quarter of 2020. And that means upgrades to the pumping station and construction of a new storm sewer through Red Maple Avenue that services not just this development, but will resolve grading and drainage issues for adjoining properties. Thank you, and myself or any of the members of the Phelps team
Okay.
are more than happy to assist with any questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions from council? Mary Ston.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Mr. Wood very much for the 3D, that one page. It helped me a great deal in terms of understanding the relationship. It's not, I know it didn't take much for you to do that, but it's good to see how the blocks are laid out and the relationship between the singles and the larger blocks. Thanks very much.
Google to actually render your municipality with their 3D imagery, we would be able to come to you with phenomenal graphics. But unfortunately, this town is now flat as it relates to the imagery we can get from them. But through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the comment. We have worked very diligently towards that. I know that urban design is very close to your heart. We've certainly made all the steps that we can to ensure that this development will achieve the highest level of architectural and urban design standards. Tonight, it's the zoning bylaw that's before you. The zoning bylaw sets the location of the box and the components of the box. It's through the next stage when we get to site plan approval that we'll then be able to regulate through agreements that ultimately come back to this council for final approval through the lifting the holding provision that we will ensure the delivery of the highest quality design of a community that will complement this neighborhood.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the tip. Okay, so I have, our third delegation is Amy Larenhorst and Bill Marr speaking to item 8.5 PD-50-19 zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium application by Phelps Homes Limited. Ms. Larenhorst and Mr. Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council, and our valuable staffers. This mostly pertains to the proposed usage for Vernon Street road allowance to the south side of Prince William Street and to the proposed development. It would be our preference, of course, not to have additional foot traffic there, but we recognize town wants and values connectivity with the rest of the community. And that being said, this road allowance, the discussion then would be how do we best fit the road allowance with the existing use moving forward so that we don't lose our connectivity to our own properties in the back. We have two garages that were built in the 60s. Both myself and our neighbor Brad is about to make a presentation also. Both of them were built with building permits that allowed them to have the garage doors facing out onto Vernon Street. There's also a rental property back there who uses the Vernon Street road allowance as access. So our major concern moving forward was how can we best address the plan so that we and the town are both satisfied. We'd like to thank our councilors, Chairman McPherson and Councilor Mike Mikulik, who came to site to visit it. We actually had them there on Vernon Street to look it over. And then we had our Associate Director of Planning and Development, Matt Bruder, came with Dave Warden the next day to have a look. And we were very grateful for your presence, and I think we were able to come to some resolutions that there's a strong possibility we can have a shared use laneway where there could still be a limited amount of vehicular traffic just for access to the back of our properties and still shared with pedestrians. There would be signage provided. I think our wish would be that there be a privacy fence rather than chain link or frost. I'm pretty sure we can work that out. And we also think there should be signage. I think Dave mentioned that there should be signage warning pedestrians to watch for vehicles and vice versa, vehicles to yield right away to pedestrians. Mm-hmm. And of course, what am I forgetting?
originally the proposal to us was that the town would like to retain 4 meters of the center of the walkway and then sell 3.5 meters on either side for us to build our own driveways, which I think we've determined is not really feasible, as there's too many services and trees that would have to be taken down. Hydro pole, gas, hydro, storm, sanitary, all runs under the area that would be proposed. So it was great when we met with Matt and Dave, and Dave Warden from, I forget, I'm tired. He's the manager of Parks and Facilities. He said that he saw that it would be very possible to shrink that 4 meters and also to be able to use it as dual. So the signage for pedestrians to watch for vehicles and vice versa. We would really like to see no parking signs posted, because we're concerned with this development that there is not going to be enough parking within it for the residents as well as visitors. And we're concerned that people would then come and try and park on Vernon. And then the privacy fencing. And then we're thinking about also a way that we could safely turn around somehow, that people were not backing in or out. So that was it regarding the Vernon Street roadway. We just look forward to working with the town on that. The one other concern we have is regarding the vacant land condominium. I also work for a developer, and I've built with my company a standard condo as well as a vacant land condo. The standard condo, as written in your page 2 of PD 5019, a condominium is a form of ownership where an owner owns their own unit and has exclusive use to certain areas such as yards and parking spaces. With a vacant land condominium, do you not only have the opportunity as a developer to sell and build as you're going, you also have the opportunity with a vacant land condo that the owners can take care of their own property, because it is not just from the drywall in that they own with a standard condo. With a vacant land condo, they own the unit, which includes driveway and yards. The vacant land condominium that my company that I work for has been building, that is actually the way that we presented it to the owners, that they would be able to take care of that and it would not be part of their condo fees. So in order for that to be in place, that the vacant land condo here at Maple Royal or Royal Maple, it would need to be written into the disclosure statement and into the purchase agreements that it is included in the condominium corporation for them to have services all taken care of, because that is not the nature of a vacant land condominium. And that's, thank you.
Okay. Well, it sounds like there's a potential resolution to Vernon. Great, great. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Lanehorst and Mr. Marr from council? Seeing none, thank you. Our fourth delegation is Brad Reed, speaking to item 8.5 PD-50-19 zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium application by Phelps Homes. Brad.
Hi.
You're-
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just like to start saying I'm not too happy about the development plans at Phelps Homes and the vacant land at Red Maple. I feel that building these types of condominiums and the amount of them ruin small towns and villages like Jordan Station. And the buildings of these homes are going to affect me directly. The condos are being built behind my property. I live on Prince William Street next to the Vernon Street road allowance. I use this road allowance daily to access my shop at the back of my property. The shop was built in 1961 and I still have the building permit on the wall from the time the town approved it. I've owned and lived on this property for the last 9 years and have not had problems until now, when the organization planning committee told me I may not be able to use it anymore after the condos are built. They wanted to turn the access to my shop into a walking path. And the original solution was for me to buy an overpriced strip of land, remove all my trees, including a nearly 100-year-old maple, and build a driveway to my shop at a cost to me, while Phelps Homes in town of Lincoln make a profit. Matt Bruder came by, and I'm hoping some kind of compromise can be made, possibly dual-purpose driveway or walkway, or just leave it as is. Pretty simple.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
And I think we're moving that way.
Yeah.
By the sounds of it, so. Thank you, Brad. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none. So that ends our delegations. We now move to the consent agenda. So we have come to the consent portion of the agenda, which has one item, 7.1 PD-46-19 Regional and Local Planning Services MOU. Would any member like to remove this item from the consent agenda for discussion? Mayor Easton is going to raise the item. Okay, I'm being informed by the clerk that with the item being lifted, it's going to be added at the end of the agenda. So, we are now moving to the regular agenda, and there's a change on the regular agenda so that we have, the order of the regular agenda items has been amended this evening. Item 8.2 PD-47-19 Animal Care and Control Assigned Contractor Selection will be considered last after item 8.5 PD-50-19. So I am moving to, we're now considering item 8.3. After, is this, so then I've got 8.3. Oh, okay. All right, we are now considering item 8.1 PD-45-19 Seasonal Tents Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Are there any questions from council? Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I'm looking at two different things here. Can you just tell me what we're talking about again?
Seasonal Tents Zoning Bylaw.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have no questions.
Okay.
I was happy with it.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Any questions from council? Seeing none. We have a motion that council approve the revised zoning bylaw amendment to permit seasonal tents, and that council enact and pass zoning bylaw attached as Appendix B of Planning and Development Department Report PD-45-19 to amend Section 6.35 of the Town of Lincoln zoning bylaw, and that council deem that zoning bylaw conforms to the official plan for the Town of Lincoln. We will require a mover, Councilor Timmers. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. So the vote being carried, council consider all the written and oral submissions and agrees with the planning report analysis and recommendations, and finds that, subject to the conditions of approval, this application meets the Planning Act criteria, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and complies with the growth plan, the Niagara Region official plan, and the town official plan. So now we are moving to item 8.3, PD-48-19, pre-servicing agreement for Vista Ridge Phase 2 by 2410002 Ontario, Inc. Is this to do with that? No? Okay, okay. Are there any questions from council? Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, this is just a little housekeeping item, I think. The last time we talked about Vista Ridge, I'm not sure, and so I'm looking for clarification from Ms. Dale. I believe that at that time, they were talking about making the purchase of the duck barns. And I'm unclear whether or not the blocks that include that property were part of that public discussion. So if they were, I don't have a concern, but if they weren't, then I do have a couple of questions. So I'm looking for that clarification first.
Ms. Dale?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So back in 2018, there was a public meeting because the applicants did go through a zoning amendment process to add, and also a minor change to their plan of subdivision. And that was within phase 1 of Vista Ridge. So there was a public process associated with that back in 2018. The report that's before committee tonight deals with the second phase of Vista Ridge, and the purpose of the report tonight is for a pre-servicing agreement, so to allow them to commence servicing within their second phase.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, through you, did phase 1 include the land that the duck barns were located on?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, phase 1 includes the duck farm lands.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, again, through you, were the block schematics available to us and available to the public at that public meeting that included that space?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, they were. It was, they were also part of the staff, they were included with the staff report.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you,
That's my
Mary Easton.
question.
Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Through you, probably to Ms. Dale or Mr. Bruder, we heard last week at our infrastructure and sport, recreation, culture committee meeting about the park, the Prokich Park update. Had a little walk up there on the weekend, and the construction or the silt fence is up, but it's around the existing parkland. Now, we've been told all along that the park couldn't proceed until the second piece was brought on board, and that site servicing was supposed to take place, but there's still a hole there. There's still construction equipment. There's, you name it, it's still there. By signing this, it kind of gives them carte blanche. So do we have assurances that this is going to take place in the fashion that we were told? And maybe to Mr. Kirkopoulos, I'm not sure.
I think we have somebody here from Lausanne.
Yeah.
Holmes? Great.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are commencing earthworks now, and once earthworks is complete, which we're expecting to be done within 30 to 45 days, we're going to commence servicing, and that's going to be in accordance with the approved engineering plans.
Councillor?
Good to hear.
Yep.
Thank you.
Don't walk away. We may have another question. Mayor Easton. Good of you to come tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming back. There has been a lot of confusion about the delays, and I understand about the weather, so you don't need to talk about the weather. But I would like to ask you if you would please express to the committee what the cause of the delays were to get this started, because it was pretty important to the community. And the councillors have really taken quite a lot of heat over this, because it was to happen much earlier. Can you please explain to the committee why there were delays? And because I know that there was a good deal of discussion that went on with the staff. I think that would be very laudable if you were able to do that. Thank you.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. The primary delay last year related to the fact that we did not have approved engineering drawings. Once we did get approved engineering drawings in December, we were obviously waiting for weather to cooperate. Once weather cooperated, we commenced construction.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I just want further clarification. I understand there was a piece of land that was owned by someone else. Did you have to make a land purchase as well? Can you speak about that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, for the park, we did not have a land swap, not to my
Okay.
knowledge.
So you always had the total amount of land that you required?
For the park,
Okay. All right, then let me go back to the issue about the engineering drawings. It doesn't make sense to me that any company would leave money on the table and allow a consulting firm to take so long to do the work that they required. You know, I mean, I have to go back and reinforce with you how really important this was to get this done. Credibility is a big factor with this, and it continues to be. Why would the engineers have been allowed, given that latitude? I mean, this was really a commitment that you had with the town, that the company had with the town.
yes, through you, Mr. Chair. At the time, there was some confusion regarding whether the drawings were approved. At the time, last year, we were under the impression that the town had approved the drawings. We had later found out that engineering drawings were not approved, and therefore we had to go through that process. That's what led to the delay, ultimately.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you again for being here tonight to answer those questions. Do I have any further questions from council? There being none, I have a motion that council approve a bylaw to authorize the execution of a pre-servicing agreement for Phase 2 of the Vista Ridge subdivision with 2410002 Ontario, Inc., and that the agreement be finalized subject to final approval of the engineering plans by development engineering staff and all applicable agencies, and final approval of the engineering estimates by development engineering staff to reflect the final engineering plans, and that a review of the agreement by town departments and the town solicitor. We will require a mover for the motion. Councilor Rajima, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. We are now considering item 8.4, PD-49-19, Ontario's Housing Supply Action Plan and Proposed Bill 108. Are there any questions from council? Mary Ston.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the report that staff has provided for us. It was very, very helpful. And I want to, through you, ask Mr. Kokopoulos what the benefits would be for us to have a third column, or even just a separate briefing note on what the cost implications are of some of the recommendations that are coming forward, particularly around the DC charges, because I don't find that piece particularly clear. Not that the staff report is a problem, it's just that in the bill, it's very, very, it's not easy to understand. So I can't figure out whether we're going to be further ahead. Well, let's say, are we going to be whole, or are we going to be in a deficit here in terms of our projections? Thank you.
Are you good with that question? Yeah. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think to the mayor's question and further to some of the correspondence that we had this morning, the changes that have been proposed, and this is a little bit of a moving target with changes being proposed fairly regularly, but staff haven't had a chance to review the legislation because these were changes made to the original legislation. And so it makes changes to the previous bill that was in place. And so right now, we've had a quick reading of it. I think we've got an interpretation we're comfortable with. I'd like to get legal to review that interpretation about what it means from a DC perspective. And will we remain whole in terms of the 4 years remaining on our current DC bylaw, or will we be in a negative financial situation? So I think to the mayor's question around should there be a third column or staff to come back once planning staff have had a chance with legal to review in greater depth what Bill 108 means in terms of community benefits, separating out hard services from the community benefits portion. I think it's something that we want to come back with and share with you. And like I said, we've got, you know, what we think is our interpretation of the DC bylaw and what that means and changes to our DCs and where we're at. But before I think we're comfortable saying that in a public way with a level of specificity and definitiveness, I think we want to make sure that we go back and check that.
That's good, and I think it's a fair question. You know, it's certainly the report painted a you know, somewhat challenging picture for us, and with the bill being so new, you know, I think it's a fair question and a fair answer to the question. So I think that makes sense to have a report come back.
That's very good.
Is that okay with you,
Yeah,
Mary?
that's very
Okay.
good. Thank you very much.
All right, no further questions. There is a motion that we receive report PD-48-19 on More Homes, More Choice, Ontario's Housing Supply Action Plan and proposed Bill 108, and that a copy of this report be forwarded to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for consideration in their review, and that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing be requested to consult with municipalities prior to issuing any regulations associated with Bill 108. We will require a mover. Councillor Russell, all in favor? That's unanimous, and that is carried.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kirkopoulos spoke with Ms. Dale about my earlier question, and I would like to hear his answer because I think it completes the question that I spoke of the representative from Losani.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's fair.
Through Mr. Chairman, and Director Dale can definitely chime in, but I think when there was a question before, and I think something got lost in the translation when we were talking about Prokich Park with Marib from Lizani Homes, and that was with respect to that piece of property that was the subject of in-camera conversations. That really was about access to the park, not so much needing to round out the park. Now, if council wants a more in-depth conversation, we can definitely go in camera, but I just want, from a clarification standpoint, to speak to that was part of an ongoing negotiation we had with Lizani Homes, and it was about access more than it was about rounding out the amount of property required for the park. So just wanted to provide that clarification, and I think, again, something got lost in the translation with Marib.
That's good. That's good, thank you. So, we are now considering item 8.5 PD-50-19 zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of vacant land condominium application by Phelps Homes Limited. Any questions from council? Seeing none, we have a motion that council approve zoning bylaw amendment application PLZ BA 201-701-58 in the name of Phelps Homes Limited, subject to the following conditions: that an H holding provision be placed on the zoning of the lands, and that the H holding provision not be removed until the applicant has entered into a site plan agreement and that the agreement has been registered on title, and the applicant has submitted the letter of credit and cash payments required by the agreement. 2, that council approve draft plan of vacant land of condominium application PLCV L201-70157 in the name of Phelps Home Limited in accordance with the plan outlined in Appendix A and in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Condominium Act and regulations thereunder, subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix E. Number 3, that all parties be advised of council's decision on the draft plan of condominium application in accordance with the provincial regulations. Note, appeal period is 20 days from notice of decision. Number 4, that the Director of Planning and Development be authorized to endorse the draft plan as approved 20 days after notice of council's decision has been given, provided that no appeals against the decision have been lodged. And 5, that the applicant be advised that draft plan approval of this plan will lapse 3 years from the date of draft approval unless Town Council grants an extension of the approval period. If an extension is requested, an updated review and revisions to the conditions of draft approval may be necessary at that time. And that council enact and pass zoning bylaw attached as Appendix B of Planning and Development Department Report PD-50-19 to amend the zoning regulations for lands at 2797 Red Maple Avenue in Jordan Station, and that council deem that zoning bylaw conforms to the official plan for the town of Lincoln. We will require a mover for that motion. Councilor Brunei, all in favor? No opposed. That motion is carried. Thank you, gentlemen. So we will now move to oh, I'm sorry. So where were we? 50? All right. So that we cover it technical here. So council considered all the written and oral submissions and agrees with the planning report analysis and recommendations and finds that, subject to the conditions of approval, this application meets the Planning Act criteria, is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and complies with the growth plan, the Niagara Region official plan, and the town official plan. So, Madam Clerk, do we enter into closed session, or do we? We are now considering Report 8.2 PD-48-19. And this is the report on the animal care, and I would, page 11, thank you. I am suggesting that if there is questions that the council would have around specifics on the rating of the applicants, that we do enter into closed session. If there's generally just questions about the report, then we will remain open. What is your pleasure? Councilor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have some questions
Okay.
that, regarding pertaining the report and the metrics behind it.
Okay, so if council wishes to go into closed session, we must provide notice to proceed. I will ask for a vote which requires 2/3 to consider the item immediately in closed session. So can I see a vote for closed session? So we have a unanimous vote there, so. I will require a mover to proceed into closed session for the purposes of, under Section 239 of the Municipal Act, notice is hereby given that committee adjourned to closed session in order to address item 8.2 on the agenda regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, as it pertains to report PD-47-19, animal care and control assigned contractor selection. Do we have a mover? Councilor Russell, all in favor? We are in closed session. this? All right, so I need a mover to reconvene into open session. Counselor Timmers, all in favor? Okay, we're in open session. Are there any further questions from council? Seeing none? We have a motion. Okay, we have, the first motion is to defer the motion to the next meeting. So, is that as simple as it is? We're gonna motion to defer? All those in favor? One, hands up high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 1, 2, that is carried. So we will defer. Okay. And do we have direction to staff to, as to, is that all covered in the closed session? Question, Counselor.
Yeah, so we received the report, and we're deferring it?
Deferring the motion. Till next planning meeting.
Why?
We voted on it. It's done. It's done.
Yeah, I wouldn't have made a difference, it would have been 5-3, so move on.
Okay, thank you.
What happens on
So, we are at the part of the agenda, staff remarks. Where are we? Confidential items?
Now we're at the MOU, is that was lifted.
What are we doing with the MOU? Oh, I thought we were finished with, that's why, okay. All right, thank you, this is going back to the consent agenda. So we have Maryston raising item 7.1 PD-46-19 Regional and Local Planning Services MOU. Are there any questions? Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I found this a very helpful report, the way the staff constructed it. And it drew my attention further to the ongoing problems that we're having regarding the items on page 58 under the comments section and the staff comments about the fact that additional information is being requested on submissions. The number of review cycles is a concern. Conditions should be standardized and unnecessary conditions should not be included. And meetings to resolve issues should be considered versus detailed correspondence. So it's my understanding that's what is happening, and I've had to deal with a number of these, is that decisions are made in the pre-consultation meetings. And everybody's there, and the decisions are made, and then it goes to the region again for comment, even though the regional representative is at the meeting. And it goes, and the next thing you know, we have someone asking for a third-party review, a peer review, creating delays, increasing costs to the applicants. So my question is, the staff have given some comments here which make good sense. But at the same time, I don't know what we can really expect as an outcome from this. So that's really because we've had this MOU explained to us in detail before, and I don't have any questions about it. I just want to know what's going to happen in regard to this concern, because this is costing people a pile of money. And then it costs us time and money of staff because they have to go to the region and persistently lobby with the commissioner of planning to have his staff behave in a manner that is compliant with what was already decided in the pre-consultation meeting. So I am either absolutely wrong about my impression about what's going on, but I'm certainly receiving calls, and they are persistent. So that's my question. Where is this all going to go?
Ms. Dale?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to put this in context, a lot of these comments relate to kind of Niagara Region as a whole and all of the municipalities. One of the things that we do for our pre-consultation meetings is prior to the meeting, the staff person from the planning department will actually meet with Matt, our associate director, to kind of go over all of the items so that when our staff person is at the meeting, they can explain, for this application, you need to do this, or you need to do this study, so that we can provide a complete answer. We have run into instances where not all of those people who are attending the meeting are always as, what I would say, as prepared as maybe some of our planning staff. Some of the requests for additional studies after we've deemed an application complete is somewhat problematic. And they're not coming from planning staff, they're actually sometimes coming from other departments or external agencies. So we've tried to stress to everybody involved in pre-consultation that the purpose of pre-consultation is this is where we need to discuss the stuff in detail, identify the studies, because it's not fair to an applicant to say, oh, by the way, you need to do this study now.
It's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, thank you, I appreciate the comments by Ms. Dale. It's my understanding that some of these additional studies can cost up to $8,000. I don't know whether I'm overstating that or not, but this is not a small item. But my real question now is, you know, what can we do about this? We have a situation once again where, you know, the developers are complaining about the planning processes. Fortunately, due to a lot of hard work, we don't find ourselves in the situation of contributing to that. But obviously, we're being impacted. So is there anything that we can do to change this? That continues to be my question.
Is there any other comment? Ms. Dale?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So when we initially set up the pre-consultation process, there was a lot of consultation with other municipalities in the region with best practices, and we actually did do a training session with staff, and it probably wouldn't hurt to actually do some sort of training session again, because we do have a lot of new staff. Just to explain, like, I think a lot of the staff see a planning application as just a planning application, but a planning application involves more than just planning staff. It's, you know, public works, fire, community services. So it's a matter of maybe just getting the staff to understand that they all need to be involved in the process.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry it's late, but I find this very important. It is really creating a lot of trouble for people. So what does it mean then? If we do that, are other people going to do that? Other municipalities going to do that? Can somebody answer that?
Ms. Dale?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, also as part of this MOU, there's always opportunities for continuous training, and one of the things, even though that we have set up some, you know, pre-consultation best practices, those are also going to be reviewed with the region and all of the local municipalities to look at ways to improve the process. So my understanding is that there is buy-in for all of the municipalities involved.
Okay, all right, Mr. Chairman, I won't belabor this, but when that happens, I would be interested in knowing that it's taken place. And then when people call me, I'll know that it's not out of ignorance that this is happening. Thank you very much for
good.
your patience. Thank you, Ms. Dale.
So I have been handed an amendment to item 6.1, which was the 20 Valley Tourism Association presentation, and I will read the amendment. Oh, I need to close that out. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So take me back to page, my apologies. It's late. So I have where are we? Consent? Okay. So I have I have a motion that council support the updated regional and local planning services MOU. I need a mover for that motion. Mayor Easton, all in favor? And that's unanimous, carried. So I have an amendment that's been proposed to item number 6.1, moved by Councillor Pachariva, that committee receive the TVTA update 2019-20 marketing plan, and that committee direct staff to review the presentation made by 20 Valley Tourism Association and bring a detailed recommendation report back on the questions and comments made by committee members and the viability of the town entering into any future agreement.
Before we do that, see if there's 2/3 to allow you to revisit this issue.
Oh, I thought it was 2/3 to raise this. We're getting a clarification here.
So just to clarify, 2/3 vote to reopen the item. Once we have that, we can re-vote on the
Thank
item
you for
on that amendment.
clarification. So to reopen item number 6.1, those in favor?
Could you read that again?
Well, I guess I can't officially until we actually reopen so the question now is, are we gonna reopen 6.1? And I need 2/3 to do that. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we are going to reopen that. Now, I will read it again. So we have a amendment to item 6.1, moved by Councillor Pachariva, that committee receive the TVTA update 2019-20 marketing plan, and that committee direct staff to review the presentation made by 20 Valley Tourism Association and bring a detailed recommendation report based on the questions and comments made by committee members and the viability of the town entering into any future agreement. I have Councillor Pachariva that would like to speak to the motion.
Thanks, Chair
Or the
McPherson.
amendment, sorry.
Yeah. You know what? First of all, I don't appreciate a report being thrown in front of me the night of the night of the presentation. We asked for specifics. There isn't specifics here. So it's at the pleasure of committee that we revisit it. I mean, if staff goes out and prepares a fulsome report and says the same things that we think, then so be it. But, you know, just personally, I'm not prepared to spend $34,000 on a new website that they created 4 years ago that they sole sourced, and it had none of the components. Like, this is like a dog and pony show. And I'm not prepared myself to pay for Facebook likes and Instagram likes. So I'm just out of respect to staff to prepare a report, I'm opening this back up. I appreciate leveraging public dollars and marketing and such, but you know what, it's up to us to make a stand, so that's why I'm bringing it forward.
Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I thank Councillor Pachariva for his consideration. I'm sorry that I wasn't quick enough earlier because we should have done this differently. However, I think that a few months ago, I believe it was Mr. Deanne who made a suggestion. I really can't remember if we did anything formally with it, but I appreciated the comments that he made. And we actually had another budget come forward where the staff in the respective department reviewed it and then made a judgment on the recommendation. And so when it came forward, I certainly felt, well, this has had a good look now by staff. They know where we're coming from. They've had a really good look at it, and they made their recommendation on the basis of how sound the report was. And so I understand, and I certainly agree with many of the, and I have concerns as well. So I thought in order to be fair to the process, and I'm hoping we're going to do this in the future with all ABCs, is that having the staff take a really good look at it, because we're not going to be getting into the detail. This is the thing about these ABC budgets. We're really talking about a bottom line. We're not really supposed to be looking line by line, but it's to take that whole budget and say, the town should be involved in this at this level, or the town should not, for the following reasons, or they should for the following reasons. I personally have trouble with ABC budgets, even at the region, because you can only comment on the bottom line. So I'm looking forward to hearing what staff have to say about this. I didn't ask any questions, and they were not forthcoming again tonight on their deficit. So I think I just want to put that on the table. You know, it was, I think in terms of full disclosure, I think the amount is over $17,000, and, you know, and so it's a significant amount of money. So it brings into question about the capability to manage the dollars. It's getting up there. It's climbing to $1 million. If we're 16% of that, is this what we want to be doing? But I really didn't want to walk away from it without that in-depth look by staff, and it would go to finance, I'm assuming, and we can check that with Mr. Kirkopoulos, but I really didn't want to just walk away from it until we had that greater detail. So I appreciated Councillor Pachariva moving that motion. Thank you.
Councillor Timmers.
I tend to agree. I'll keep it short, but I was not happy with the motion with what happened. My intention was for it to go back to staff for a look and bring a report, because I don't think it was really fair to just see the presentation just tonight and then just boom, turn it down just like that. You know, I wasn't happy with that, so I'm happy that Councillor Pachariva has brought that forward, so I would absolutely support the motion.
Okay, seeing no further comments, Mr. CAO wants a comment.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, actually just a point of clarification in terms of what staff will be coming back with. I don't think we're coming back with an assessment of should they have a website or not. So I want to be clear so that I meet council's expectations in terms of what council expects us to be coming back with. Because if Mr. Deanny is going to take the lead on writing this report, and I'm looking at him, I don't think we're assessing should they be paying for Facebook likes or not. We can try to answer some of the questions that we heard, I think, at a thematic level today in terms of, you know, the plan. I think we need to review the presentation. I think we need to look at where marketing dollars should be spent. We can assess things around timing of the tourism strategy and so forth, but I just want some clarification, if I could, from members of council on what you're directing staff to come back with in terms of that analysis.
Councillor Brunet.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. I respect the mayor's comments, and but at the end of the day, I mean, I'm kind of sitting here shaking my head. We had them come before us 4 months ago, and we all agreed that their presentation was weak at best. They came again tonight, we voted, and we voted it down. And now we're asking staff to go back and do what? Like, we've listened to what these people have said and what they're going to do with the money, and we voted on it, and we voted and we turned it down. We killed it. So we're going to give them a third chance now? Our staff is busy already. I don't understand what we're asking our staff to do.
Mary Ston.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking for the staff to make a judgment on both the viability of our involvement and the feasibility. And I think that anything beyond that really is not, there's no need to do any more than that. But we've reached a point now where I guess we've got a tourism strategy. So we either carry on as we are, or we make some changes now, because we have significant commitments to make in the future. I don't think, we've talked about this a fair bit, but I don't think we've really talked about that relationship. And if my colleagues determine tonight that we don't need to do that at this time, I'm certainly willing to hear that. But prior to this time, we have been unhappy with the reports, but we've never really said, is this a viable relationship? I don't believe we have.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now for my clarification. We voted down the incremental increase in budget tonight. Is the mayor asking for a review of the viability of the relationship long-term, whether or not we want to be interested in having a relationship with the TVTA? Because that's what I just got out of that, which I think, again, is warranted as well.
Well, I think we should keep it to the ask. I really do think we should keep it to the ask of the 52 grand today. Yes, we are going through a whole tourism strategy, and the landscape may change over the next year. But so I bring it back to, what are they asking for, and are we in agreement or not? Councilor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. You know what? I'm going to go back to my original statement when we got this at the budget time. Given the tourism strategy, it's premature. Why would we spend $35,000 on a website when it may not even be here? And I mean, they stood here tonight and they said, there's no opportunity to grow the membership here in the town of Lincoln. So I put that on the table and let's vote.
I have Councilor Regima.
Yeah, I think it's difficult. I mean, we're going to have this tourism strategy, they're saying by the end of the year. I think it's difficult to talk about, or probably not even a good idea to talk about what our relationship would be at this point. That, I think, is part of what we're looking to get out of the tourism strategy, which we're supposed to have by the end of the year. So we could make a decision on what we're going to fund 20 Valley Tourism, to what extent we're going to fund them at this point. And then at the end of that, at the end of the year, we'll make a decision about the relationship. But I kind of agree with Councillor Pachariva that a whole rehaul of their website at this point, but then we're not supposed to get into those kinds of details, but a rehaul of their website at this point may not be a good idea, because we don't know what's going to happen in the long run.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Regima.
You're welcome.
I wonder, and I know Mr. CEO is going to speak to this, I wonder if there's not something that we would be willing to do that's not all the way to $52,000. You know, my line of questioning was, what are you doing with the 52 grand? You know, and where's it going? You know, it just seemed like there was this big pot of money that we were 4 minutes, and we were just adding to the pot. So I think we need to get down that road of what are we willing to do, Mr. CEO.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, in an effort to try to wrap this up as quickly as possible, I think hearing the concerns, hearing the comments, one of the things staff can do is go back, look at the Town of Lincoln proposed support allocation requests and analyze those with the lens that what makes sense to do now and what would continue notwithstanding whatever happens out of a potential tourism review or strategy or governance model. If I think, for instance, looking at a website now probably doesn't make a lot of sense. Support for Winter Wine Fest, which is an event that happens on a yearly basis, may make a lot more sense. So my suggestion would be, if you do direct us to go back, we're going to take that lens and come back to you. My earlier comment was not meant to take you off the fact that you should direct us, but very clearly, I don't think we're getting into the minutia of should we have paid Facebook ads, but we can definitely look at where we make smart investments. I think events that are currently happening right now that may require us to invest in them, that are good for the community, are things that we should be doing. I look at Winter Wine Fest specifically, 17,500 in terms of that ask. That is something, without presupposing where we're going, we could probably get behind. A $34,000 website and maybe the extent of social media support here that they want is maybe not something we would get in behind, for the very fact that we may be in a different position in the fall of 2019 when we receive our tourism strategy. So if I could suggest that you do defer us back, I think I've got a little more clarity now in terms of what we would come back with.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO. I'm going to call a vote on this amendment. Those in, we want to read it again. Okay, amendment moved by Councillor Pachariva, the committee review the TVTA update 2019-20 marketing plan, and that committee directs staff to review the presentation made by 20 Valley Tourism Association and bring a detailed recommendation report based on the questions and comments made by committee members and the viability of the town entering into any future agreement. Your pleasure on the motion. Those in agreement? Up high. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. That is carried. So, any staff remarks? 11:30. Any committee remarks? We're done.
Okay.